WTF is Scrandal? Where have you been, Chatter? Why does this song go so hard? Black screen friend? Yeah, it's meant to be a black screen. There's always a black screen when we set the streams. While I get my window set up. But, sorry, yeah, there isn't a black screen. It's just that you guys don't have love for the stream, therefore you can't see it. Without love, it cannot be seen. Without love, it cannot be streamed. Why not get RU Studio mode? Because low-tech bullshit is the appeal of the streams. I'm the Noah Cadwell Gervais of streamers. Get off my back. Get all the way off my back. What are you doing? Writing you? Ugh. Lo-fi, exactly, lo-fi. I'm lo-fi. It's back training. I don't need any back training. My back is fine. My back grows. Can you guys ride on my biceps and triceps? Your favorite basketball player, Joe Kick, just got eliminated. Reporter asked what he's gonna do next. He said beers. Wow. This part always leaves me speechless. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you enjoyed the song. All right, let me set up my final window. Okay, so window set up. I'm recording, I'm streaming, and I have the YouTube chat. I don't know why I'm doing YouTube chat for Umineko. I'm never uploading the Umineko VODs. At least I don't think so. Like even if I was caught up in doing them like properly, I still don't think the Umineko VODs would go on YouTube. But like whatever, it's there just in case. Why? Legal reasons. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to upload the Umineko VODs. So yeah, but Naja uploads them. Naja's not me. Okay, game dull. There we go. Game dull. Game dull. Why is Naja allowed but not you? Plausible deniability, maybe. I have no idea. I have no idea. Too bad Naja's not here and can't answer. And shouldn't. Okay, what's this? Bleach. Bleach Brave Souls. Nope. This is a game? This looks like an anime. What is it? I don't know what this is. I have no clue. Tell me what it is, chat. It's Guilty Gear? Guilty Gear. It is Guilty Gear. Alright. Good job, chat. So that's how it's gonna be today, huh? Gamesville? Alright. Okay. Alright. Somehow also Guilty Gear. No, Astral Ascent. Astral Ascent. It is Astral Ascent. I have never heard of this game. I've never heard of this game. Alright. On to Bandle. Can you hear it? Okay, so it is 1983, so I was -2 years old. 500 million views on YouTube, and it's apparently easy. Okay, sounds a little familiar, but I'm not getting it just yet. Let's see, let's have the synth. It sounds so familiar. I'm not getting it though. I'm not getting it. I've been really bad at Bandle lately. What is this? All right, let's skip. Nope, not getting it. I think we're just gonna go to Glorp. Is it Guns N' Roses? Oh, fuck you. Okay, I'm guessing Guns N' Roses, and we'll see what the song. There's a lot of Guns N' Roses. It's not Welcome to the Jungle. It's not Sweet Child of Mine. It's. Oh, is it November Rain? It's not November Rain. Wait, is it a part of November Rain that I don't know that well? It could be Knocking on Heaven's Door. I'm gonna go November. It's not November. What? Shit. I can't believe we're we're in heaven. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I need to glow up again. Glow me again. Glow me again. Glow me again. Oh shit. No, I'm so mad. Oh no, I'm not gonna know the name of it. Is it just Heaven? That's we're in heaven or something like that, right? Heaven? Is it Bryan Adams' Heaven? Oh, thank God. Holy shit. Fucking fake Canadian? I know, right? Joe, stop your humiliation kink is shown. I don't have a humiliation kink. I do this without having a kink. Crazy, huh? All right, time for Jodel. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit. In an impressed tone. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy fuck. Okay. How am I supposed to get this one? Video for sure. Yeah. How am I supposed to get this one? Okay, it's God of War. The stream God of War 2018. Yep. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Time Guesser. Time Guesser is currently down. That was when I got the Blades of Chaos in God of War 2018. How? Then I just remember. On motion to concur in the Senate amendment, yay, nay, pres, nev, time remaining, 1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief final vote. Okay. So, first year in office? First year in office? 2021? 2020? 2020? Okay, hold on. His term was 2020 to 2024, and at the end of 2024, there's this weird like shadow period where it feels like no one is president, and then at the beginning of the next year, the next bozo takes over. So is that how it works, or is it like when? So he Biden became president very early in 2020. And then he was president until technically probably very early in 2025 or whatever. And then there's inauguration. That's how it works, right? Or am I wrong? Hold on. Wouldn't that make it 5 years? 1 second. If he's president all of 2020, all of 2021, all of 2022, all of 2023, and then no, it's not. Okay. So he was 2021 is when he became president. Okay. Right? Why is chat making fun of me? They can't decide. Joe, I'm Euro uneven. I got that one. What's there to get? I'm just working through it. Okay, and this is in Washington. Wow, fucking time guesser just like makes everyone like back for blood. We're back on the fucking like E3 showcase. All right, so this has to be in the White House, right? Okay, and it's in the West Wing because that's where Biden lived. Here we go. U.S. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris watching House members vote on the president's COVID-19 relief bill from the Roosevelt Room in the White House. We did it. We did it. We did it. Okay. You are leaving the American sector. Then a bunch of bullshit don't understand. Vous sortez. Okay. What is this? What language is this? British tourists. Tourists entering the Soviet sector of Berlin are advised first to call on or phone to HM. Okay, this is a weird sign to put up in France. Why would you put up a sign like this in France? Is like people going to France or like on their way to Berlin? That's crazy. That's crazy. British tourists entering the Soviet sector of Berlin are advised first to call on the phone. Okay. All right. Okay. So sometime during World War II, after World War II, I'm actually not sure when this was. Joe? He's trolling? I'm not trolling. I don't know when for sure this was. Who has torturing? I know that's why I'm saying I'm not sure, because when was there a Soviet part of sector of Berlin? I've never heard of that before. Sorry to be ignorant of history. That's what we learn when we play Time Guesser, is that Joe doesn't really know a lot about history and geography. When was there a Soviet occupation of Berlin, or a part of Berlin, a Soviet sector? Joe, I didn't learn this in school. I learned World War II in school. I didn't learn this. Do you remember the Berlin Wall falling? I do not remember the Berlin Wall falling. I was too young to remember the Berlin Wall falling. I do know it fell. It was sometime like pretty later than you think. Isn't it sometime in the 80s or something like that? I'm from the Middle East, and even I know this. This is so famous. It's so famous that there was a Soviet sector of Berlin. That's the famous part. Berlin Wall was the wall between the two sectors, Joe. Oh, it was called the Soviet sector? Oh, okay. I just don't know the name of it then. Oh, shit. Sorry. It was just called the Soviet sector? That's weird. Why did they call it that? Joe, please? Why am I cheating Joe, please, for asking a question? Why did they call it that? What? Why did they call it that? I just want to know. The wall between the area controlled by the USSR and the others. So until, hold on. So until, when did the, this is going to answer the question of when this is. So it was called the Soviet sector of Berlin right up until 1989? Chat doesn't know. Okay, all right. Can I make fun of chat now for not knowing? Officially, it was called East Berlin, and I believe it was all of it was Soviet said. Yeah, I know East Berlin. I've never heard it called the Soviet sector. Look, it says you're leaving the American sector, okay? Like I don't really see a wall in the picture unless this is like a part of the end of the wall. And then it says like the Soviet sector here. So I thought maybe there was going to be like, oh, like this is currently an occupied, American occupied slice of Berlin. Here's a Soviet kind of occupied slice of Berlin that was happening during the end of the war or very recently post World War II. That's why I said it was there. But I didn't know it was called like American half of Berlin and Soviet half of Berlin up until 1989 or whatever. That's what my thought was. Like I don't know like I've never heard of like half of Berlin calling the Soviet sector of Berlin. Sorry chat. Like that's where the confusion is coming from. Whatever. I'm going like 1940 49. I still think this is like sometime after after World War II. Maybe like we bumped up to 1950. Where was it? I have no idea. Like was it just like bumped down? It doesn't matter. We'll just go in the middle of Berlin. 12 years off. Okay. 3 U.S. reservists standing at the end of the American sector of Berlin at checkpoint Charlie, beyond which lies East Berlin under Soviet control. Okay. Okay. I don't want to argue with chat because like I'm clearly ignorant about a lot of things, but I feel like my read on this was correct. Like what East Berlin and Soviet sector describe the same area. East Berlin is just more common name after the wall. I live in this city. Okay. Don't argue chat, not worth it. When did they stop calling it Soviet sector? Do you know when? Like when did it stop being the Soviet sector? Even after it stopped being a Soviet controlled sector, did they just like colloquially it was just called that sometimes? Okay. Here's my issue right now is not about this. My issue about this is because I didn't know what the Soviet sector was. Chat immediately assumed I didn't know about the Berlin Wall. And I feel like that's not a fair thing to lump together, but maybe it is. I don't know. We had Berlin Wall on Time Guesser before, man. Because it's obvious. It is obvious. That's true. That's true. I didn't consider that it was obvious. Okay. India? India? Indonesia? What's something else that starts with IND? Indiana? Indiana? Chad's saying it now too. Indiana. Umum. Umum indeed. Sero Labasung. Dude is pulling that off, huh? What the fuck? Good job. Holy. Giving some Dokes vibes a little bit. Okay, I don't know what this stands for. This could be like a region, or it could just be like a city, or I don't know. If it is stands for country between India and Indonesia, I'm gonna say it's Indonesia. But I don't know. Oh my god, I don't know when. Probably 80, 89? 89? Indonesia's down here, isn't it? Yeah, here it is. Okay. I'm gonna guess Indonesia actually. Where are we going? Palu, we'll go Makassar. Okay, here we go. Let's try. Nope. It was Singapore? Is it Singapore? Yeah, it is Singapore. It was in Singapore. Okay. So So my knowledge of places in the world is like very limited in all cases, but there are certain places on like certain whole regions that are just pretty much a gigantic fucking black hole. And one of them is here, is this region here. It's completely fucking like it, just like a black hole. Yeah. All right. All right, we got some points for it though. That's all right. 14 years off. It was even earlier than I thought. People loading goods into a bus in Bukittinggi, Indonesia during the mid 70s. It's still Indonesia. No, Chatter, you're not paying attention. It was in Singapore. All right. This is Paris. This is Paris. Trouve Tau Pourvu. Garage de la Charité. Oh, it could be Montreal. 1 second. Leon announces, and this is Woody Harrelson, and he's like looking at pigeons, telling them about his next movie. Very famous photograph. I don't know when this is. I think it is Paris. It's probably Paris. I'm guessing Paris, and it's this time guesser, so I'm allowed to guess. It's a French city. It's a French city. It might honestly be Montreal. I don't know, man. This is film? Yeah, it's film. It's film. It's film. It's film. I think that this is one of those like it's black and white, but it's not really that old of a photograph. I'm gonna guess 65. I'm gonna guess 65. That statue though, I don't know. What is the statue? Oh, there's more signs back here. It literally says Lyon. Well, I don't know what that means. Is that a city? Is there a city around here called Lyon? If I look around, am I going to find it? Oh, there it is, Lyon. Okay, good for you, Chatter. You get an extra 100 points on Time Guesser today. Okay? All right? I'm going Paris because it's streamer honor. Here we go. Am I close to the year? Ooh. A man watching pigeons in a square in Lyon, France during the early 60s. You were 4 years off. How could anyone have known that this was in Paris? Fucking hell, crazy. All right. Okay, let's see. This is... Oh, it's got tram car. It's San Francisco. Electrics Bureau? Oh, fucking hell. Bank. Private hotel. Smore and Osti. All right, I'm feeling Denmark. I'm feeling Denmark. Christina, whatever the fuck. Amstrom Malforenti, whatever the fuck. I'm feeling Denmark. I'm feeling Denmark in the 1920s. I'm feeling Denmark. Denmark. Where's Denmark? Denmark's around here somewhere. Denmark. I'm going Copenhagen for the Cope. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Really fast this time, huh? Really fast? God damn it. All right, it's in Norway. All right, you know what? All right, you know what? Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland, you need to all get your shit together and start having more distinct cultures for me to have a good time on Time Guesser. All right? You need to just, like, can you just please, like, fucking differentiate your shit? All right? Come on, please? Let's just do this shit, all right? Retroactively in 1923, yeah, exactly. Says the king. Yeah, you know what? Canada needs to as well. Canada needs to as well. I feel like, you know, like if you're gonna be a country, you need to be more culturally distinct. I feel like that's what you need to do. UK too. Australia and New Zealand just need to join together and then just be a part of either UK or America. They just need to make a decision. Like, you know what? They're like a Pokemon that like presents as like psychic and dark, and they need to just choose. You can't be both. Be psychic or dark. Like you just like what the fuck are you doing? You can't be both. Just become a single one. That's it. Go forward. Is Finland unique enough? I don't know. I know some people from Finland. I don't know anyone from Norway, Sweden, or Denmark. So I will say yes. All right. You know what? A crowd of girls participating in the Salvation Army parade in Oslo, Norway during the early 20s. This is actually a pretty good score for this. Okay. All right. Here we go. I feel like... Did I get all of these legitimately on my own today? I feel like I did. Did I get help from anyone today? I mean, we spoke about a bunch of them. I don't think you swayed my guesses though on any of them. I stayed on Paris. Indonesia. I got Indonesia on my own. All right, I think this is my first one above 40,000. Here we go. I'm feeling it. It's above 40K. It's gotta be. What? Really? I felt like I did so good. Really? Gotta add Mathel to the list. Oh my fucking god. What about probability doll? Chat loves talking about that shit. This is the problem with the English localization of Pokemon, actually. You absolutely can be psychic and evil type as per the Japanese version. Evil. It's evil. Okay. Here we go. Let's do Scrandle. Scrandle. All right. Scrandle. Chicken gyros box with chops underneath. Burger. I can believe it's Scotland. It's definitely left. They used to serve burgers like this at my school lunch, by the way, even though we weren't in Scotland. All right, cheeseburger and a bacon roll. All right, it's anyone's scran. It's anyone's scran. It's anyone's scran. Oh my god. Holy shit. This is like, I can't believe they're not both Scotland. Holy fuck. Okay, I feel like, right, the bacon, if you like did some organ rearrangement, right, would fill out the bun, most of it, and you could have like some bacon in every bite of the sandwich. Left is just insulting that the burger is so much smaller than the bun, and also the cheese is just overpowering. It's also like £1.40 cheaper. This is honestly anyone's scran. This is really anyone's scran. They're both going to be like sub 10. See, this looks kind of gross. Oh, I don't know. Cheese, I think the cheese is a detriment here because the cheese is not melted. I'm feeling right, chat. I'm feeling right. I'm feeling right. The fact that chat is so strongly left makes me think that a lot of people have pre-scranned today and are trying to pass off their shit as objective. I feel like right right looks inedible. What do you mean right looks inedible? Do you think this doesn't look that bad, does it? It does look pretty bad. Me hitting all my Scrandle cooldown abilities at once, it comes to the point. I can't believe it's not Scotland. That percentage is too high. It's anyone's Scran. To an American, the right bacon looks almost right. Yeah, it's true. Americans love to burn their fucking bacon and make it crispy as fuck. Oh. All right, I'm going to trust chat. Maybe for the last time. This thumbnail looks kind of weird in the shadow of the bun, right? I'm trusting chat. Fuck off. Nacho share, butter chicken, tikka, and rice. Oh, I gotta tell you, chat. Butter chicken is like my favorite thing to eat right now. I got some butter chicken in me for the first time, and I am like god damn, butter chicken's tasty. I really like butter chicken. Most of the time it's gluten free too. I really like butter chicken. It's anyone's scran. It's anyone's scran just because left is 20 fucking pounds. That's why. These are both look pretty good. I would go right myself every single time. It's gotta be right. Is rice gluten-free? Rice is gluten-free, yeah. Rice is wheat and barley. You can't have wheat or barley. That's what the big ones that have gluten in it, yeah. So you can't have normal bread, like wheat bread. But there are like rice breads and stuff like that, so you can have that. It's gotta be right. Yeah. That looks like, look at the rice. Oh my god. That's gorgeous. Okay. Pie, chips, and gravy, foot-long sausage roll. The fact that they've overloaded left with gravy makes me think that the pie inside is going to be dry as fuck. I'm suspicious of this. That sausage roll, see, I don't like that I can't see the interior of the sausage roll. You have to just, like, guess from the outside. Okay, the Brits love their fucking sausage rolls. I can confirm I am a Brit. I love my sausage rolls, even though I can't eat them anymore. Both look good. It's definitely anyone's scran. You said rice is grain and barley instead of gluten is grain and barley? Did I? I meant to say gluten is wheat and barley. Gluten is wheat and barley. Yeah, you can't have wheat and barley. You didn't make me cry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, if you have a gluten intolerance, you can eat rice. Yeah. Oats. Some people with celiac cannot eat oats. I don't know if I'm one of them yet because I haven't got tested. I was making overnight oats on Mouse's recommendation for a while, and they're pretty good. That was like a breakfast thing I could handle, and I wasn't sure after eating it a few times if I was having a bad reaction to it or not. I'm not sure, but like some people who have celiac can't eat oats. Oats. Are you a big porridge guy? I'm not a big porridge guy. I really feel like this is anyone's scran, chat. Left looks more appetizing. It has some green shit on it. Oh man. Right is a foot long sausage roll for three quid. It's really 4 quid. 4 quid. The fries look so good. I don't think those fries do look that good. Also, they're not fries, they're chips. I've seen better. The chips look a little too crispy to me. Maybe I overvalue the sausage roll. Let's see. I'm going left. I just can't remember a pie ever winning on Scrandle. Yep. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. What the shit? Okay, pie and chips, chicken tenders and waffle. Okay, those look pretty good. Scrandle hates the fucking mushy peas. I'm going right. Yep. Yep. Those look really good. Yep. Those look cooked really, really well. Oh my fucking God. It's got to be left, right? Bread with lard and onions? Is this how hungry you have to be in Hungary? What the okay, left? Yeah, okay. Argentinian barbecue. Oh my God. Holy. Yes, please. How fast can we get this here? Holy, how is that not 90 plus? What? Okay, double cheese smash burger, bacon cheeseburger, anyone's scran. Anyone's scran. Anyone's scran. Okay, you know what? My hot take. Oh, wow, that bun looks really good. Okay, smash burger. That's not a smash burger. What the fuck are you talking about? The patties are way too thick to be a smash burger. Hold on. How small is this burger for that to be a smash burger? That is not a smash burger. That large pickle is risky. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm going to make an enemy of anyone in chat right now. Oh, the misery. I don't think that you should put fucking pickles and gherkins in burgers. I don't care. Hands up. I don't give a fuck. Don't put any fucking pickles and gherkins in my burgers. Fuck off. I want to eat a burger. I don't want to have like pickle juice and gherkin fucking taste suddenly like a little cheeky sourness in my mouth. Fuck off. I like pickles. I haven't eaten a burger though. What the fuck do you mean you've never eaten a burger? How about pickles on a chicken sandwich? Okay, pickles on a chicken sandwich can be good. However, I still just prefer the, chicken sandwich a la carte, a la mode, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, it's fine. It's edible. I just don't enjoy it as much without the pickle. You know what I mean? I don't know who started this thing about a chicken sandwich has to have like 3 slices of fucking pickle in the middle of it for some reason, but like, I don't know. I just prefer it without it. Okay, this is anyone's scran for sure. Right looks really fucking good. This is not a smash burger. This is false advertising. At least the top patty is not a smash one. The bottom one might be. I feel like left is gonna take it. The bun is superior. The patty is this looks cooked a little better. This is like a better on the left. The pickles stick in there. Most people seem to be positive on the pickle. That bacon looks really good to me, but this bacon can be polarizing. The cheese is equally melted. It's gotta be left. What the what? 55? Holy shit! People agree with my pickle take. What? Pickle is a debuff? That is the upset. I can't believe it. I could understand them being within a couple percentage points of each other, but really? Fucking like 20, 35% off? The pickle debuff. What the shit? Okay, caramel and chocolate churros. Okay, I wanna ban the picture on the right because, man, the chocolate ones must be so much better than the caramel ones, huh? Everyone's leaving the fucking caramel ones behind. The fucking, like, you only get one. Okay, Bombay chicken curry with garlic and coriander naan. Okay, I can't have coriander. No, hold on. No, can I have coriander? Is coriander just another word for cilantro? And mango chutney. All right, it's got to be left, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, I can't have coriander, but still, left looks really fucking good. Left looks amazing. Wow. Okay, it is. How big is this cup? I need a hand for scale. This could be a small amount of food. Is there anything you can't? I can eat coriander. It just tastes like soap. I can eat it. What do you mean? Like, I only have one fucking allergy and it's fucking gluten. Everything else I'm fine with, except for like, I can eat this. It just tastes weird. That's cilantro. Didn't I just say in chat, like, isn't coriander and cilantro the same thing? Did I misspeak again? Maybe I'm like way more tired than I realize. Weak genes. It's a gene. Yeah, it is a gene. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. Coriander and cilantro are the same plant. In America, coriander is only used to talk about the seeds. Elsewhere, it means both. Chat, calm down. I guarantee those churros are fantastic. It's so cheap, man. See, I hate to say this to you, chat, because I'm gonna just farm some question marks like I'm playing a weird bizarro version of Stardew Valley. I've never had a churro. I have never encountered churros in my life until like I don't know, like maybe 8 years ago I heard about churros for the first time. I've never had a churro. I don't know if I can have churros either. I don't know if they have gluten in them, but I've never had a churro. So I don't know, like how polarizing is a churro? Are there more? Is it a British thing? Are there a lot of people in Britain that are like, or even in Canada, that when they see a churro, they're like, "What the fuck is that? I'm not sure about that." Or is a churro like a very universal like snack? Oh my god, those are so good, right? Because like I'm looking at right and I'm like, if a churro is like, holy fuck, churros are like donuts, then like a pound 60 for a really good looking churro, this looks really well put together, like might win out over, oh, some fucking yummy Bombay fucking chicken curry, right? Because of the price difference. I'm risking it. I'm going right. Wow, fucking the Matrix dodge there. Holy 1%. Okay, chips, chicken, and chips shop curry sauce. Okay, that looks disgusting. Let me tell you, this is a tragedy because that chicken looks awesome. This piece does not look as good as that piece. This chicken looks awesome. These fries look great. It even has some seasoning on it, and I like seasoning on my chips. That looks really fucking good. Whatever the fucking like inside chip shop curry sauce that looks like you fucking like scooped out the inside of a fucking tomato and then let it sit in a corner for fucking 10 years before you finally scooped it out over the fucking chips and called it curry sauce, can fuck off. Like, what? You've ruined it. And I feel like history and society is going to be with me, which is why right is going to take it. 70 foot. All right, okay, all right, we did it. All right, 8 out of 10. I'll take 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Sorry, I am speechless. Yes, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Oh, fucking goddamn it! I forgot to fucking launch OBS in administrator mode in order to launch fucking Umineko in administrator mode. Is what I would usually say around now. I remembered to do it. Here we go. Run as administrator. I remember to do it. Aren't you impressed? I remember to do it. Did the stream just like flash a frame of a different window there for a second? No? It looked like it did to me. If it did, that's terrifying because there was no window or game capture turned on at all. It was just audio sources. I had that bug last month, had to restart stream. We are 500 assholes, you are one, believe us. About what? Which? Looked like a bank website, some kind of financing for sure. I managed to screenshot it, so I'll post on Dragon's Den for you. It looked like either Discord or Stream Chat popped up on the screen for a second. I'm not sure. It looked like a bunch of text. It looked like chat to me. We didn't see it. Maybe it was just on my side then. I don't know. There's that German clip where his webcam flashes a frame of him shirtless because he does his pre-stream without clothes for some reason. Yeah, I had that problem a few streams back. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I need to limit what I do on this computer. That means I need a whole other computer. I don't want to get a whole other computer. Oh, man. A laptop. I don't do anything. Okay, hold on. I don't do anything like illicit on this computer or anything like that, which is implying I do illicit things on another computer. I don't do anything illicit on this computer. I just do some like private stuff on this computer, you know? Like I answer DMs on this computer like once a month, you know, that sort of thing. I just sometimes I like order food on this computer, like, you know, like I don't want to do that stuff. I don't want any of that like leaking just because OBS did a glitch, you know what I mean? Like what happened to YouTube streams, either there's a problem with my internet, which I don't think it is, or my computer, which I also don't think it is. It's probably some sort of server limitation or whatever, or maybe OBS, or my settings are wrong. I cannot stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time without the YouTube stream inconsistently lagging. Some streams it was fine, other streams it wasn't, so I can't do it. If I get another computer, maybe I could stream on YouTube at the same time with another computer running, and dedicated just to the YouTube uploads, or yeah, but I don't know. DM is in BDSM? Nah, nobody does that shit. They're all LARPing on Discord. Nobody does anything like that. What are you talking about? That's for bad people. No one does that stuff. It's all pretend. Blackboard? Yeah, I'll put it on the Blackboard, yeah. You can try secondhand market for a cheap Linux laptop. I know. Hold on. You expect me to use Linux? What, and add another 2 hours to every stream while I could like have to take apart and tinker and compile OBS myself? Are you crazy? I'm not using Linux. What? I hear you have to put a full suit on before you use Linux and like compile your own webcam software in order to take a picture of yourself to prove that you do indeed look like the penguin mascot before it lets you run anything. I'm not fucking fuck off with Linux. I have like a life and things to do. I have hobbies. I have skills and interests. Like I like to leave the house. I'm not running anything on Linux. Like what's that? You have to get up early in the morning to be able to do anything on your Linux computer. And then there's like a 4-hour cooldown, like decompile time afterwards. It's like those first computers where you have to put light bulbs in order to make sure that it ran properly. Like fuck Linux. What the fuck are you talking about? Is this the fabled male insecurity? Linux users, they are pretty insecure. That's true. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, so we finished Doom the Dark Ages yesterday, so we're back on Baldur's Gate 3 starting tomorrow. I don't know how much we're going to stream Baldur's Gate 3. If viewership dips below, like, I don't know, like 1,400 or 1,200 for Baldur's Gate 3, I might just start no-lifing Baldur's Gate 3 and just stream it literally every single day except for Umineko days, just get it done as fast as possible to, like, rip the Band-Aid off like I just did with Doom the Dark Ages. Because I feel like there's still at least 10 streams left of Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm really enjoying it, and the people who are here in chat seem to be enjoying it too, but a lot of the stream community at large doesn't seem to be liking it, and they want it to be over. So yeah, and I don't want to take another break from it again. So I just want to get it done and then move on to Metal Gear, and then when Metal Gear and Death Stranding is done, we can do Expedition 33 and maybe follow that up with some more of the voting games, or if we have some time this year, it would be great to still actually be able to do Fire Emblem 3. The pipe dream is that we also get to do Metaphor, but I don't think we're gonna have time for Metaphor this year. It's probably gonna be how we open 2025 is with Metaphor after we wish you a Merry Yeekmas and a Happy New Year. That's probably what we're gonna do. Pentiment we should probably do at some point too. Pentiment isn't that long, right? But it's looking less likely that we're gonna have time to do Metaphor this year. Metaphor is gonna look so bad after Expedition 33. I know, isn't it great? Isn't it fucking great? It's fantastic, isn't it? Isn't it great? Anyway, Doom Dark Ages is really, really good. I highly recommend it if you liked Eternal even. It is different from Eternal, so it's not the exact same game, but like I really enjoyed Doom the Dark Ages. If you enjoyed 2016 Doom and Eternal, there's no way that you're not going to enjoy Doom the Dark Ages unless you find change scary and polarizing, which is no way you're in my community if that's the case. So yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed it. I don't know if this counts as spoilers, but so spoilers for Doom the Dark Ages if you really care about that. For gameplay spoilers, toward the end of the game, there was even a couple boss fights, and the boss fights were actually really good. I'm surprised. They weren't like my favorite boss fights in all of gaming or anything like that, but there were some boss fights. There was three boss fights, although technically three boss fights. And they were good. I really enjoyed them. Both of them were pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to be reading Umineko today. I am on my own, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can just have a smooth experience today and just read through, and nothing bad is going to happen today that is going to make me go on a big rant. Thank you, the Krakonis, for the resub. With a huge message. Holy shit, the weave of time turns, and games come and pass, leaving streams that become VODs. VODs fade to stream memes, and even memes are long forgotten when the stream that gave it birth comes again. In one stream, called the Umineko by some, a stream yet to come, a stream long past, two magical lollies stirred above the great manor island of Rikinjima. The lollies were not the cliff. There are neither cliffs nor peaks in the weave of time, but it was a cliff. Very nice. Yeah, very nice. Okay, all right. Let me just pull my fucking braid at the message of that. All right, thank you very much, the Krakonis. Thank you, Thet NTM for the resub. Hey Joe, hope today's crash out isn't too bad. Anyways, have fun. I still really love this episode, even though the reasons you don't like it are valid. Thank you very much, Thet NTM. Thank you. Oh man, is it really gonna be that bad? Thank you, Henry Wright, for the bits. I knew you'd be back. You all come back eventually. Why do you try to solve it in the first place? It doesn't matter. Even though you're here, you're going to try and solve it again. Just stop, because just like this island, you're only moving in circles. Should we just cancel the stream and just try and solve the epitaph instead? Henry White is inspiring me. Is it even solvable? I don't think I could solve it. I don't feel like it's solvable. The reason why I don't think it's solvable is I feel like you have to infer through a lot of different parts of the story what Kinzo is talking about when he's speaking about his hometown. because it's not Odawara. And I'm sure there's some throwaway line at some point that like Kinzo actually spent most of his childhood in eastern coastal China or something like that. You know what I mean? And then you have to go through and find something that's like Sweet Fish Street or something, or there was Sweet Fish was related to like Maria's name or whatever, and you have to go through and be like find like Maria Street or something like that. But I don't know what that's going to look like in whatever language is going to be presented in the atlas, right? So I don't know. I don't think you could solve it, but I say that if you'll stop stream to spend 3 hours solving it, so I'm absolutely sure you could solve it. Oh, ooh. Is it worth it to solve it? The other part I don't understand is that it seemed like while they were in the process of solving it, Battler and Eric went somewhere on the island and like hit a button and like gouged the foot and killed or whatever, and it like hit a mechanism or something. Didn't that happen, or am I just making that up? Didn't they like hit something in the floor, in the grounds, when they were out in the rain right before he saw Kinzo in the forest? Like, didn't he like how do you solve that part? Like, I can't I'm not on the island, so how the fuck am I supposed to, like, it seemed like they couldn't get to the next step before they did that. And then they saw like a sign. So how do I do that part without? So I don't know about that. I also don't remember what Erica and Kirie were talking about. Something about like you get a word, and then you take away letters of the word until you're left with like directions maybe, and at each step of the way do you whittle that word down more? Are they coordinates or what? You're imagining extra details, but that did basically happen. What detail am I imagining? You're right and wrong. Okay. Rikinjima is real. Remember the old PC version backgrounds? Just take a plane trip to Japan real quick. Let's go on Google Maps and go to the island of Rikinjima, and let's go. What could episode 5 do to turn into your favorite episode? End today. That's what it could do, because then it would be like blissfully short. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Bu Noodle, for the resub. Without uwu, the weeps cannot be seen. Oh no. Thank you, Cass Grader, for the resub. You have now officially passed me to where I read Umineko 6 years ago. You got here and gave up. You know what, Based? Maybe I would have given up too if I wasn't streaming it. I'm looking forward to what will happen in this story. The Umineko streams have been a real highlight for me. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you've been enjoying them, Cass Grader. Hopefully it holds up for you. Thank you, RR Dino, for the bits. 1,000 bits. I've been a YouTube and VOD watcher for many years now, but this is my first time catching a stream. My friend has been pushing me to read Umineko for years, but I had no interest. However, I discovered your Umineko VODs and was never the same. Battler is my favorite character in all of fiction ever. Wow, I look forward to the Umineko streams every week. I can't imagine experiencing the story without your insightful / goofy commentary. Well, thank you for the nice message, RR Dino and the bits. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lemon Dread, for the resub. I need some lemon bread. Thank you, Lemon Dread, for the resub. Thank you, Sam's on the Adam? Samson the Adam. One of those. Samson the Adam, maybe, for the resub. Today I'm committing to watching my first entire Toast stream live. Thank you for introducing Furuto Neko to me and everyone else. Can't wait to find out in the answers arc whether Furuto Erica is Mr. Poopy Butthole or actually exists. Haven't we had it in red already that she does exist? Or it was only for this episode? I can't remember. Was there a red statement about that? There was something like that, wasn't there? Thank you, The Juice Official, for the resub. I was a weeb before, but I managed to escape my fate. But then Joe started to read Umineko. I love the question arc stream so much. I read ahead the answers arc during the Umi break. Now that I have finished this story, I can say that I'm a weeb again. Thank you, Joe. Weeb and weeb. Thank you, Snakemer, for the resub. Hope you'll end up enjoying episode 5 of Umineko. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. So far, it's not looking good for it being anything but the worst episode, but it's still Umineko, and I really like Umineko. So hopefully we can power through it and get through it, and then episode 6 will be a return to form for me, because right now I'm not really enjoying what the story is doing. Just a reminder that just because the story has flaws doesn't mean I'm going to like dismiss it or hate it. Like I do think that there's something that happened in episode 5 already that's gonna be not capable of being reconciled, and I'm just gonna have to, that's just gonna be like a permanent blemish on the story, and I'm gonna be like, oh well, that's unfortunate, but we'll see. It's not gonna make me just like, hey, the story is shit. Like, remember, I still really like V3 after what V3 pulled really early on. So it can pull me back and I can like ignore a bunch of stuff. But like, yeah, V3 is still annoying and a lot lesser because of that. Yeah. Has Mouse disclosed what her least favorite episode is? I don't think so. I think Mouse's favorite episode is 6. I don't think she said what her least favorite episode was. You'd have to ask her. She might be in chat if you want to ask her right now. But maybe she doesn't want to say. She doesn't want to reveal that just yet. Thank you, Snot Girl, for the resub. I can spell for the resub. I think doing GeoGuessr dailies would be better than Time Guesser because there are no black and white pictures, but you'll get to learn geography. Maybe. Time Guesser seems to be a bit more interesting, though. I'm not sure about that. Nadja recommended me a cool way to learn flags, and I might see if I can set that up and give it a shot, because I would like to learn flags, not just for Time Guesser, but also just so I can know some flags. It seems like pretty cool knowledge to have. Yeah. Thank you, Chaos Shield, for the resub. Mick Dids for the resub too. Who's more toxic to Joe? Umineko Bros, Steins Gators, or Time Guesser experts? On the Time Guesser experts for sure. Because time guesser experts are powered by being objectively right, and that makes them like become like one of those math nerds that digs in and will just look you dead in the eye with no emotion whatsoever and just be like, no, you're wrong. And it's like, can you at least understand how I got to this answer though? No, you're just wrong. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck about your perspective. You're wrong. Therefore, I've just dismissed your whole entire personality and your whole existence. I don't give a fuck. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm trying to learn here. I don't care. You're wrong. It's just like some people are like that when they're objectively right. Anyway, thank you, Big Allen Gaming, for the resub. Don't worry, Joe. I too don't like episode 5. There are dozens of us. Thank you, Kozan K, for the resub. Hi, Joe. Just want to say you're completely valid for your reasons for disliking Umineko at the moment. Sincerely, an Umi Denner. By the way, where is Witcher 3 Part 2? I don't know. It's lost. Witcher 3 Part 2 is already in the video. You didn't see it? Man, I'm getting some vibes. Some of the Umi Denners are really scared I'm gonna drop it. Oh no. Thank you, Kozan K. No hope for my queer ass for the resub as well. 4 years of queer ass. Wow. Also, would you believe Umineko helped me get back into Christianity? I refuse to elaborate. Really? I actually get that. I really thought by the time before episode 1 wrapped up, I really thought that this VN was going to be about religion. I really, really did think that. Because the power of belief, and if we all buy into it, and like if you all agree that the witch exists, is very much like, hey, if we all agree that God exists, then you know God can exist. Like literally God would actually exist. Like if everyone agrees that God exists, God will exist, you know? So like yeah, that's the power of belief. I really thought it was going to be about religion, and then it pivoted into something else instead. So yeah. Help me get out of Christianity. Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah. I don't know, Chad. I don't want this to come across as like pompous or arrogant, because I think it's actually a really, really good thing. But if you grew up in, I don't know, if you were born a little after me, I feel like I narrowly dodged this. I think it's very likely that you might have grown up in like a culture or climate that you might have reached early adulthood without ever actually reading literature. And when I say literature, like my definition of literature is like probably not something that everyone's going to accept on. Let's do something else instead. Like something that has real literary worth. You might have like grown up watching movies that are just like, you know, just like Marvel movies that are good. Don't get me wrong. Character writing and stuff like that and entertainment is really powerful and really, really important. But like Marvel movies don't really say things. They don't really have a point. Right? A lot of books don't really have a point. They're just entertaining. They have plot construction that's really entertaining and interesting. Like I like those stories too, and that's why I say that my writing on Amazon isn't really all that highbrow or anything, because that's what my books that I wrote were like the two. My books didn't really have much of a point. They're just meant to be like entertaining, like plot construction stories, kind of like what Sekimeya is so far, right? We literally read Shakespeare in school. Yeah, but did you understand it? Like high school students, most of them aren't understanding Shakespeare because the high school like fucking teacher got everyone to read it in a monotone voice and they didn't even understand it. I feel like most kids aren't gonna. Yes, okay, well that's good that your power level is higher than everyone else's, Jeremiah. I kind of understood Shakespeare, but probably not on your level in high school. But like I feel like most people don't understand Shakespeare when they read it in high school, and it's like a fucking like a really, really bad thing to do to high schoolers. Actually, I feel like it's very, very likely that in this like modern world that we are, like after the 90s or whatever, that you might get into early adulthood without ever really encountering a story or that actually is actually trying to say something. So for Umineko, might be the first time that you have that kind of experience, and it becomes a very special part like how you view art. That's not to say that it has to be through that method in order for it to be special. I know there's a lot of people that have definitely read a lot of stuff and have had like good experiences with literature and then read Umineko and it was still special to them. But yeah, it's true. I think no, it's not true. I shouldn't say true. I think it's probable that there are some people that can get to here and be like, oh wow, I didn't know storytelling could even do this. We read V for Vendetta in high school. That went hard as hell. I haven't read V for Vendetta. I've only saw the movie. I like the movie. The movie was all right. Reading V for Vendetta in high school sounds like a good exercise, actually. Yeah, I strongly think that high school English classes should pick something that's in one of the more interesting, has a point to it, young adult books, and that should be what everyone reads. And it's like aimed at the target of like the actual age of the group that is actually doing the reading, instead of being like, oh, we're gonna read Shakespeare, which like is probably way too high-minded for all of you, and also is written in English that's so old that it needs fucking translations and footnotes to even understand what the fuck they're saying, you know, that sort of thing. Like imagine Shakespeare's problem is imagine coming from the past like 10 years ago, and you just are reading chat and you see like fucking like all the terms and like crash out, slop, woke shit, like all this shit that you're like, wait, what the fuck? What are you even talking about? Like I don't even know what these terms are. I can kind of get it maybe, but what the fuck are you talking? Shakespeare's full of that shit, like for like sayings at the time, and you're like, what the fuck are you even saying, Billy Shakes? And there's like you don't understand like right away, and that puts like a big like wall in front of like between you and the text, I think. Risen up, love you Dune. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, risen up, love you Dune. Left for 20 minutes, still on me. Yeah, we're yapping a little bit today. I'm sorry. Yep. Let me get through it. Thank you, that great peanut, for the bits. I have chronic pain with brain fog that's been super bad for the last few months, but just this week I managed to break through it in my determination to play more Persona 3 Reload. I have got another 5 hours in this week. Can I have a hang in there, keep it up from the streamer that ruined the word useless for me? Hang in there and keep it up, that great peanut. I hope that you enjoy Persona 3 Reload. I hope that it can snap you out of it. I know very well sometimes an activity is the only time that you can feel normal and feel like yourself, so I'm sorry you're going through that. I hope it gets better. That great peanut followed up with curry sauce on chips is absolutely goated. I would give up my entire family and die tomorrow for just a crumb of chip and curry. I just don't think that curry sauce looked pretty good, that's all. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to Umineko sucks with an X. And Joe's right. Ironwrath, whose side are you on? Ironwrath is turn-coded. Thank you very much, Ironwrath. Hope you're well. Thank you, It's Cursed, for the bits. I appreciate you reading the lines, but it'd be better if, when you felt a voice actor is onto something, you try to listen to the deliveries fully. What do you mean? You want me to let the Japanese voice acting play out all the time? I thought we decided we didn't want to do that because it would slow it down. Backseating VN? Yeah, I think it is backseating a VN, yeah, a little bit, yeah. I think he's saying VA is good. Yeah, the VA can be good, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's been a couple comments where they're like, he really can't hear the voice acting. I can hear the voice acting chatter. I'm just talking over it at the exact same time. Sometimes I react to it. Sometimes I do let it play. But like, I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like some people just don't understand how much goes into streaming. Not that it's like one of the hardest jobs in the world. Or not. It's absolutely not. It can be tiring, but they're like it's a pretty cushy job. But like when there's a lot that's going on, like with like reading, performing, understanding what I'm reading, like trying to pronounce it properly, which I fail at, while also listening to the voice acting, also looking at chat, seeing if there's anyone to say thank you to, like trying to think of like bits to go out, like man, like oh, just because I'm not like consciously reacting to the voice acting all the time doesn't mean that I can't hear it. Anyway, thank you, and Feroz, for the resub. Thank you very much. Thank you, that great peanut, for some more bits as well. I'm currently making a do it for him collage, a piece of Akutsuki Persona 3. I will be strong. What the fuck? Anyways, on topic. Have fun with Umineko. Hope you have a great stream and day. Sending love. Thank you, that great peanut. Thank you, YSF, for the bits. This is an intervention, cutting the lolly talk before the idea is cemented. The correct term for the two magical anime lesbians with ornate dresses are tohos. So much hate my head. All right. I don't know what you're talking about, but let's see what chat thinks. Good luck. And Pedro in the bathroom for the resub. Hey Joe, I've enjoyed your videos and some of your VODs, but I've been loving catching some of these Umineko streams live when I can. Good luck with the Umi Weebs. They might get you to read One Piece next. That is absolutely not happening. And One Piece Weebs are never even worse, but One Piece itself is pretty good. Doubt? Is it? Is it good? You know what? One Piece must be pretty good for its target audience because it's gone on for so long. It must be at least decent, right? It must be. Okay, chat disagrees. Never mind. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. We need to manufacture a new type of chatter, an Umineko fan who is also an in-depth knowledge of geography and history and specifically dislikes your time guesser results because you need to know the intricate geopolitics of Japan in order to appreciate Perncastle's cattail. Just formulated in a lab to just be like bitter, backseaty, and angry all the time. Wow. And last on my list today is Ari Linz with some bits. I think that if people want to appreciate the voice acting in Umineko more, and it's usually fantastic, that's all the more reason to reread Umineko yourselves when streams are over, chat. That's true. That's so true. That's so true. Oh, Silkspire just came in with resubs as well. Thank you very much, Silkspire. Make me think of Silk Song. All right. That's it. An hour and 15. We get to start. We don't get to start. Pincerai with some bits. I went to a convention a few days ago and I saw zero Umineko fan art, but I did see Glorp fan art. Glorp fan art? Glorp is going off Twitch and off the grid? Holy fuck. Thank you, Daniel Lock123 for the resub as well. One Piece is pretty good if you've only ever seen Star Wars and Marvel. Holy fuck. All right, anyway, how is the sound? The sound's probably, it should be the exact, no, it's not. It's going to be different because it was on Doom. Can you even hear the rain? Now you can hear the rain, right? Okay, I went up to 12. Let's see how it goes. When I go into the, oh, hold on. I need to, like, what was it? Go into main menu and fuck around with the settings in order to make it so the bug goes away. Oh, now we have no sound. Okay. Can we hear it?
後ろ宮クロウス。
後ろ宮夏日です。ジョージです。ジョージです。
Too loud? Yeah, too loud. Okay, let me take it down to like 20. Maria.
後ろ宮金蔵だ。
Damn. All right. Still too loud or is it okay? Go to please. I really regret doing that. Okay, is the sound okay? Seems okay. All right, let's see if we need to fix it or not. Was it someone's alarm clock? An electronic tone repeatedly rang out through the room. Battler, who had gone to bed late and not managed to get enough sleep, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm, but no one did because everyone in the room was fucking dead. But no matter how much time passed, the electronic tone didn't stop. I see. The point of alarm clock isn't just to be loud enough to wake you, but to be annoying enough to keep you from wanting to fall back asleep. Hey, the alarm's going off. Make it stop, please. Why do waking up voices always get this annoyed? Well, it does make sense. All right, now there's music. How is it now? Is it too loud or is it okay? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I turned it down to like 26. Let me see if this is still a thing while I read out again a little bit more. Thank you, It's Curse for the bits. The voice actors are peak. You don't have to listen to all the lines, but some of them are best to be heard fully. I don't... Like, it's Odyssey Moons all over again. How am I supposed to know what's worth listening to without listening to everything, right? This is perfect. Thank you, Thaddeus X Machina as well for the resub. Hey Tom, it's Thad. You're just as parasocial link. Congrats on rank 5. I know it wasn't easy, but I'm glad you said the things I need to hear today instead of the things I wanted to hear like normal. I think twice before harassing strangers for lacking dogmatic obsession for the protocol of Japanese societal standards from now on. Thank you, Thaddeus. All right, so is the one click lower is perfect IMO? All right, so I'm gonna turn it down just ever so slightly. Okay, there you go. All right, let's see. All right, well, it does make sense. After all, people are still sleepy and in a bad mood. However, there was absolutely no sign that my annoyed voice had caused anyone to turn over in their sleep or crawl out of bed to stop the alarm. Letting out a deep sigh, I stumbled to my feet. With the shutters down on the windows, there was almost no light getting in, and the room was as dim as it had been earlier. Though, even without the shutters, there's no way this dull weather would let in enough sun to make this a pleasant morning. The cousins were still wrapped in their beds, sound asleep and taking no notice whatsoever of that beeping. Normally, once any one person gets up, the others tend to automatically follow. Annoyed that this law of serial summer camp awakenings I had made up had been broken, I searched for the source of the sound. Law of serial summer camp awakenings? What the fuck are you talking about? I could hear it coming from a wristwatch set on a table. Judging by the style of the watch, it was probably George and Nikki's. Anyway, when I randomly pushed the small button on the side of it, the sound stopped. Apparently it had been set for 7 in the morning. Is it already 7? Sorry, but I really don't feel like I slept at all. Fucking vibe, I'm right there with you, man. Playing cards were left on the table as though they had stopped mid-game. The game had probably been 7s. Damn it, I've got this piercing headache. What the hell happened last night? Oh, you got a headache because you're pretending that Kinzo is alive when he's dead. That mountain of gold and the subsequent argument between the relatives all felt like a bad dream. So stupid. Okay, someone talked. He's kind of speaking quietly though. Do I need to turn up a little bit or no? It seems fine. It's a little quiet. Normally, if anyone says it's quiet, it's a touch quiet. Or most people are saying it's fine. Okay, all right. Go on. Breakfast normally came at 8. Now wasn't a bad time to start getting up and getting dressed. Even those adults probably won't argue in front of the cousins. Okay, no one's dead. In that case, I'll stay with my cousins all day long. I'm sure they'll be able to separate me from all this annoying talk about the gold and being the successor and all. In fact, I should have done this from the beginning. I felt disgusting, having slept with my clothes on last night, which caused me to get all sweaty. I guess I'll take a shower. I'm sure the others want to as well. At this age, it's embarrassing to wake them up by shaking their shoulders. If I turn on the TV on, everyone will probably wake up. Well, let's at least turn the lights on for now. In this dim light, with the quiet sound of the never-ending wind and rain, it really doesn't feel like the morning has come yet. Wouldn't you smell the blood? Didn't they get their throats slashed? I flipped the light switch, and then that dimly lit morning ended. Ew. George? This is just too horrible. How could anyone get away with something like this? As they clung to Aniki's corpse, which would never wake up again, Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi cried. Like seagulls. That's enough. Do you think George Kun would like the two of you to see him this way? Of course not. Nikki, I know how you feel, but let's have Dr. Nanjo handle this. I don't understand. Oh my fucking god! Oh, hold on. Sorry. My gamepad was plugged in. Because I was playing a game I don't want to talk about last night, and it just shook. Okay, you don't understand. George was killed. George! Ah! Dr. Nanjo is right. We mustn't keep staring at George in such a state. This is for George's sake. We have to restrain ourselves for now. Okay, this hasn't updated yet. When Aunt Ava tried harder to cling to that corpse, Dad and Uncle Hideyoshi... Why are you calling him Dad all of a sudden? Uncle Hideyoshi dragged her away and had a heated debate with her besides the wall. No, George! Dr. Nanjo, help him. He's lost too much blood. Do a blood transfusion. George and I are the same blood type. I beg you. Dr. Nanjo. Ava-san, it pains me to say this, but your blood can't do George Kun any good now. Dr. Nanjo shook his head slightly, then nodded across to where I stood, giving me a signal. I softly pulled the blanket up, covering George and Nikki's corpse. How does George have the most aura of his life when he's dead? His neck was split wide open. It was probably larger and deeper than his mouth. Would covering that part up make the corpse look neat and clean? Of course not. A large amount of lost blood stained the bed in a horrible red and black, and even covering him with the blanket couldn't hide the traces. After all, even the blanket had large red-black stains, and covering with it made his corpse look even more gruesome. But I did think about doing that after I slit his throat in his sleep, so I stripped the blanket off my bed and placed it on top of the first one. But there were only 2 extra blankets. So if we covered one more of the corpses, we wouldn't be able to cover any more. I feel bad about the ones we can't cover, but for some reason, times like these make me feel like muttering, "Don't complain about it being unfair," inside my head. Kirie. Put blankets over all of them. Wouldn't want them to catch cold. Nihi, doing it right away, sure. Kirie-san and I started covering the other corpses up to their heads with their blankets, just like George and Nikki's, so that they wouldn't have to undergo any more shame with their terrible wounds exposed like this. Not Kate though, he gets fucked. In one bed rested Jessica. Jessica was exactly the same as George and Nikki. Though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed, her neck had been sliced deep and the wound lay open in a brutal way. Maria was the same. And not only Maria, there was one more victim. Lying on the same bed, as though they'd been sleeping alongside each other, was Aunt Rosa. George and Nikki, Jessica, Maria, and Aunt Rosa. In this room were 4 humans who had been killed. Their necks sliced open. They'd probably been like this since last night, and I just didn't smell the blood. I'd returned without noticing anything, gotten in bed, and fallen asleep. Okay, that's suspicious as fuck. All of them had a horizontal cut across their throats. I had been forced to see all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throats. At worst, the wounds might have been deep enough to stretch halfway through their necks. If you tried to open it up, you'd probably be able to see that the gash reached all the way to the bone. The only wounds were the single gashes on each neck. So if you just covered their necks with your hand, you might be able to persuade yourself that they were merely sleeping. But even so, this frighteningly deep wound was incredibly gruesome. If there's no such thing as clean or dirty ways of killing, all methods of killing are equally brutal. And even so, the brutality here was just horrible. Remember that scene in Hannibal when one of the people get their neck sliced open and Hannibal like clamps his whole hand around their neck in order to stop the bleeding from coming out so hope they live longer? Fucking brutal. And there was one more thing that adorned these brutal murders, making them even more unsettling. That fucking show, it does, doesn't it? I haven't seen the last season before it got canceled. I hope it ends well, but like, man, oh man, I love that show. Drawn very large on the wall was something like an eerie magic circle. What the fuck, spoiler? I didn't tell you who it was. What the fuck are you talking about? I was really careful with spoilers there. It was drawn in a bright red paint that looked like blood, and it made it look like as though some creepy ceremony had taken place in this room, with the four of them offered as human sacrifices. However, that wasn't what we were concerned about. No one has a heart so cold that they could witness the deaths of those close to them, and still worry about some scribbles on the wall. I still can't believe they showed Hannibal on fucking NBC. There's a sex scene in Hannibal that apparently aired on TV that is one of the most like oh my god, like implied nudity, crazy ass, like how the fuck, like more erotic than most like full-on nudity sex scenes in some movies, and it aired on TV. I can't believe that made it. Just because technically there wasn't a nipple showing, like oh my god. Anyway, good morning, everyone. She's here. Oh, what a wonderful magic circle. The girl who bragged that she drew more pleasure from the process of exposing the truth than the truth itself, and who went so far as to call herself an intellectual redditor, appeared in the hall. When she saw the extraordinarily creepy magic circle in this gruesome room, I heard what was unmistakably a sigh of admiration escape her lips. You, don't come in here. I just heard about it in the corridor. It's 4 people who've passed away, correct? Allow me to express my sincere regrets. On Erica's face, no, that's not it. It was in her eyes. In Erica's eyes, I could see an indiscreet smile that was hard to describe. She found this interesting. She found the outbreak of a crime interesting. Yeah, don't you? It was like the smile of a kid off to the side of the stage, just before her turn to appear in a school play. Sorry, Erica-chan. We're busy at the moment. Could you wait in your room? Well, we can't have that. It's the detective's right to investigate the scene. We're saying that we have no business with you. Now's the time for outsiders like you to stand back. In my personal opinion, only third-rate mysteries have a suspect who tries to interfere with the investigation and then turns out to be the culprit. Who gives a damn about what you want? Get out! You aren't wanted here. Erica-chan, I'm really sorry, but could you go back to your room? We're busy right now. George! Wah! Stand back. I can't investigate the scene like this. If it's necessary, we'll do it ourselves. The police will do it. Like hell, you have the right to bring more shame to everyone's remains than they've already endured. Detective's authority. The detective has the right to investigate all crime scenes. Move out of the way, Ushiromiya battler. This is my legitimate right within the game, as granted to the human side. Those words, which seemed to be utterly ridiculous at first, were words of power that had come from a world on a much higher plane than the one they were in. Battler was thrown back by an unseen power and landed on his butt. Struck silent by this quiet intensity, nobody was able to prevent Erica from entering the room, suffocated by this bizarre atmosphere. Aren't you also controlling Battler? Oh my god, the tail. Aren't... This game sucks. Don't worry, my goal is not to profane the dignity of the deceased. It's not like I want to peek into something as disgusting as a slit through someone's neck. I want to know something completely different. In other words, Sumari, who committed these murders, is not... No, it is a game! This Game 5, Lambda Delta and Burncastle's game. This game sucks. I'm not talking about Umineko sucks. I'm talking about this game sucks that we're doing in episodes 5. This is like the fucking worst game. This sucks. Is there death the same? Next sliced open, next sliced open, next sliced open, next sliced open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One side saw Goda alive. Who else was dead? It was Genji, wasn't it? Genji and Goda, or Genji and... I thought Hideyoshi was dead. I guess not? Was it... In other words, Sumari, who committed these murders? I asked Dr. Nanjo and everyone else too, in particular the first one to discover them, Battler-san. There are many things I want to question you about, so I request your cooperation. Like I said, by what authority are you doing this? Because I am the detective. Battler couldn't argue against this incomprehensible nonsense. No, he wasn't permitted to argue. It was a restriction placed on pieces. Okay, why do you care in Velvet Room, Battler? Erika summoned Dr. Nanjo and heard the details of his preliminary examination of the corpses. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken of that to an outsider so casually. However, for some reason, the atmosphere about the place had become one in which hiding things from Erika was forbidden. Okay, let's enjoy this first twilight of Lambdas. 4 corpses? That's 2 corpses short. Well, she doesn't necessarily need to have 6 people killed, but that's how we've been playing. That girl isn't completely clueless, so she must have killed 2 more people somewhere. On the wall was a magic circle representing the first twilight, similar to the ones in Beato's games. Giggle. That girl talks tough, but I wonder just how closely she'll be able to imitate Beato. That Hebrew sure is crappy. It isn't written exactly right. Why are you here? What the heck? What's going on? Why is there a magic circle? I'll bet they wanted to copy Beatrice-sama. Ah, what a crappy magic circle. This isn't just a copycat. Some human went out of their way to draw that so they can make it look like Beatrice-sama did this. Anyway, let's report to Beatrice-sama about this. To the fucking Chiselmobile. Even though we are already up to our eyeballs just protecting Goldsmith's secret, what a pain. But these murders have no beauty to them at all. It isn't really a closed room, and there's nothing impossible about it. Such pitiful murders aren't worthy of Beatrice-sama at all. Further Erika, an unexpected crime and an unexpected woman, and the unexpected man from 19 years ago. And if you add in the fact that Battler's already solved the epitaph, this game is completely different from normal. What the heck's going on? Let's go. I know it sucks, right? Yes, Oni-sama. My god, the story's making me relate to the fucking Stakes. Thank you, YSF, for the bits. Joe, you don't get it. You have to divine what will be a good Japanese voice acted line, and then what will be an okay Japanese voice acted line. In fact, stop talking, streamer. I'm just here to picture the pirate the VN, but also I need you to talk about all your thoughts all the time, so I can tell that your criticism is objectively wrong, and you can be really condescending about it. You have to experience the VN exactly how I want you to, so you can validate my opinions, and I can tell you how you're wrong when you don't. That's true. It's so true. Thank you, YSF. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elokun for the resub. Hey Joe, can we change you reading One Piece to reading Golden Kamuy? It's like One Piece but better. I have never heard of that. What the fuck is Golden Kamuy? Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting to do the coin flip. So whoever did the coin flip, whatever, you win. You get your coin flip. Because it's gone on so long now. You whatever result you wanted, you just get it, chatter. Like, congratulations. You just get it. I can't remember what it even was about, so congratulations. I flipped the coin, like, I just did it around. Oh, look, you won. Good, congratulations. You win. What coin flip? Exactly. I've forgotten, because life is chaos. Yes, Oni-san. In the kitchen, Goto is preparing a wonderful breakfast at brisk pace. The main dish would be herb omelets. Even simple foods can become an invigorating feast under Goto's skillful hands. It's presenting like Goto doesn't know what happened in the guest house, but he actually does. He just loves cooking this much. He would pre-cook everything beforehand and prepare the food in the dining hall right before everyone's eyes. You mean just cooking? I made some chili like this last night. Goto hummed as he continued his work in high spirits. When Shannon, who was helping out, saw Goto like this, her mood also brightened. She arranged the salad in a neat little pattern and showed it to Goto. How is this? I think it makes the tomato look a bit cute. Looks like Bikoi, you're right. Very nice. You really know what you're doing, Shannon-san. Okay, this is completely fake. You are not nice to her. The two happy people gave each other a high five, and then they had to wash their hands again. Shannon didn't like Goto when he was sneaky, but she had no problems at all with him when he was cooking happily. So sometimes, even though it'd be nice if his contract hadn't included any jobs besides cooking, hold on, that's a weird thought. If two chefs have already washed their hands and they're just cooking separately, but then their hands touched each other, right? You would expect them to wash their hands again, even though their hands were already, what the fuck? Right? I would be like, yo, you wash your hands. Be like, yeah, but they were clean. No, I think so, yeah. Cross food contamination? Nah, it just vibes. Just vibes, not necessarily. I would want them to wash their hands, even though it doesn't make any sense. That's weird. Skin cells, Joe? But it's the same skin cells. You're backseating the kitchen now? Their hands are no more dirty. Huh. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have gone to get in a bad mood during... Wait, hold on. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have had to get in a bad mood doing unnecessary jobs. The dining hall is ready. You can carry it in whenever you want. By the way, you need 4 less servings. Don't worry about it. We're almost good to go. So please get the serving cart ready. Without thinking, even Kumasawa caught Goda's high spirits. The kitchen had a very nice smell and the atmosphere about it. Truly refreshing for so early in the morning. Then, Ken came back, grumpy even this early in the morning, just like he always was. Ken and Genji were in charge of getting many things ready for the morning, such as opening the curtains. However, Ken was alone today, so it had taken much longer than usual. I'm done. There's too many fucking curtains in this house. Where's Genji-sama? He still isn't here. That's odd. I can't imagine he'd sleep in. I guess Genji-san sleeps in sometimes. That's rather careless of him, considering that this is the middle of the family conference. Also, we're both just going along with the fact that there's only one of you here. Kanon-san, could you wake him up for us? Yes. I wonder what Genji-san's face looks like when he's half asleep. Oh, probably pretty hot. Let me go with you. Even though Goda had asked her to get the serving cart ready, Kumasama plodded off after Kanon, slyly skipping work. As Kanon muttered about how Goda was the one who slept in all the time, he headed for the servant waiting room. So, you didn't wake him up this morning, Kanon-san? Last night, I fell asleep while still in the servant room, so I didn't return to the waiting room. Last night, Kanon dozed off while in the middle of his late-night shift, falling asleep in the servant room. Shannon had been kind enough to put a blanket on him, but that had just made it so warm that he fell into an even deeper sleep. So he hadn't returned to his bed in the servant waiting room the previous night. Because of that, he hadn't met Genji even once this morning. There was a knock on the door. Genji-sama, it's Kanon. I'm doing your voice for some reason. Good morning. Oh my, I wonder if he's still sleeping. Pardon me. When he tried to open the door, Kanon noticed something strange on the upper part of it. What's that? Packing tape? A small strip of packing tape was stuck along the frame of the door, almost as though it was sealing the door shut. Furthermore, there were notches made with scissors along the center of the packing tape, so that if you opened the door, only a slight amount of it would be torn apart. Also, written sloppily across the packing tape with a thin pen was what appeared to be someone's signature. It was written in a very intricate and decorative manner, so even if it was a signature, there was no way of telling whose it was. It's probably some sort of prank. I don't get it, but it's no use worrying about it now. Genji-sama. We're not reading it, pardon me. I would like to read it. The packing tape tore apart and he opened the door. It wasn't as though anything happened when it split, so the two quickly forgot about that strange tape. The room was dimly lit. The lower bed of the 2-level bunk still had a lump under the blanket. Apparently Genji was still sleeping. Good morning, Genji-sama. This isn't like you. Ho ho ho. It's morning. Genji-sama! My god, he's dead. Eek, what is this? What is this? There was a large red-black stain on the blanket. Even the servants' blankets were always kept clean. A stain like that definitely shouldn't have been there. Kanon hesitantly peeled back Genji's blanket, saw what was left of him, and was shocked into silence. This CG makes me uncomfortable. What the heck? His neck's been cut open. It's thin. You wouldn't have been able to leave a cut this deep without a fairly long blade. What's going on? Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, right? Why are there murders happening? I don't know. In any event, this isn't good. We should report this to Beatrice-sama and Natsuhi-sama. Belfa, hurry and report to Lucini. Understood. After dashing out, Kumasama called Goda and Shannon over. Like, I want to say that it's obviously Krauss and Natsuhi that are like trying to like clean house so they can remain to be the head and out of desperation. But like, I don't think Natsuhi is capable of doing this. Like physically, I don't think she's capable of doing it. And Krauss is too stupid. Like Krauss believed in moon tourism. Like he there's no way. Like he's too dumb to do this shit. Then this new pair let out screens identical to the first two. No, don't stop making breakfast, Goda. Is now really the time to be saying that? There's no chance they'll have a quiet and peaceful breakfast on the second day. I have a bad feeling about this. Genji might not be the only one. Let's check the entire mansion. Something else might have happened. Yes, Oni-sama. Is it One-sama? It's One-sama. E is ne, is A, I is E. Yeah, okay, sorry. Oh my god, that was bright. Natsuhi sprang awake at the sudden sound of the phone. Even Natsuhi was surprised that she'd woken up. She thought she spent the whole night unable to sleep out of fear that the mysterious man might come in at any moment. But she dozed off before she knew it. Of course, Natsuhi still didn't feel rested at all. Though she groaned from the dull pain in her head, which hadn't gone away since last night, she managed to get out of bed. Yeah, and she wasn't allowed to leave the room, therefore she couldn't have killed anyone, except that whole entire scene was just a fake bullshit by Lambda just to throw you off. She actually could leave the room. That scene didn't happen at all, because this game's bullshit. Get fucked. Morning, Natsuhi-sama. Morning. What a horrible morning it is. You can talk to the stakes? Don't worry. No one tried to enter this room. I see. Thanks for keeping watch all night. Even so, that didn't mean she'd be able to sleep peacefully. The continued ringing of the phone made her headache throb even more strongly. I think you should probably answer the phone. And then, I've got some bad news to report from my sisters. Let's leave the bad news for later. I'll answer the phone first. Natsuhi shook her head to wake herself up and picked up the receiver. Ahoy hoy. Then she regretted not listening to Lucifer's bad news first, because she wanted the first thing she heard on this horrible morning to be something better than this. Morning, Mother. Did you sleep well? That voice told her that this horrible morning, this nightmare, would not stop. I kept my promise? Alright, it's not George then. I've been holed up in this room the whole time. Of course, I haven't been on the phone either. But you did pick up the phone just now, did you not? Well, just kidding. This is a morning, just a morning call I'm giving my beloved mother. Morning, Mother. Giggle, giggle. How far do you intend to mock me? Natsuhi gripped the receiver so hard it creaked. I wanted you to leave your seat so I could set up for the party. Thanks to that, everything is ready now. Of course, you are the main guest, Mother. What are you planning to do? That is for you to look forward to. Do not worry, I will not keep you waiting. It has already begun. Alright, wait a sec. There's someone I want you to hear. Huh? There was the sound of a receiver being jolted around. The phone was apparently being passed to someone else, but there was a clunking, clattering noise, as though it was taking a lot of effort to hand the receiver over. Who in the world could he be giving the phone to? No matter who this man gives the phone to, that can't be good news for me. Gwa! Untie me, coward! Huh? Dear? Is that you? Untie it! Untie it! It was, without a doubt, the voice of her husband. Which is a metaphor for how, like, he's been tied up in a really bad spot, and now you have to kill people to save him, and then we're just gonna go around the mansion doing it. But really, he wasn't kidnapped. He was being figuratively kidnapped in your mind after he lost the fucking... Okay. However, he didn't respond to Natsuhi's voice. Perhaps he was bound somewhere in the darkness. Krauss, not realizing that Natsuhi was on the other end of the phone, repeatedly demanded that he be untied. Your husband is here. His eyes and ears are covered, so you won't be able to talk. But I think you can tell that he is in perfect health. What are you after? Let my husband go! I will let him go tomorrow, if you keep 2 promises, that is. What are they? You just murder a bunch of fucking people. One is that you keep it a secret that I have your husband in my care. There will probably be a fuss when they are unable to find Krauss anywhere in the mansion, but you know nothing, so you will say nothing. Understand? I understand. What's your other condition? Oh, just a little game. At 1 today, you will go into the foremost guest room on the 1st floor of the mansion and hide in the closet. A guest room? Why should I go into a closet? Just a little hide and seek. If you can hide there for an hour without anyone finding you, you win. If someone does find you, you lose. And if I lose, what happens? Nothing in particular. Is that not what playing is all about? If you play along with this hide and seek, I will release your husband tomorrow. Will you really keep that promise, I wonder? Of course. Make sure you do it too, Mother. If you break our promise, I will know right away. Alright, so Natsuhi's fucking crazy. At that time, there was suddenly a loud knock on the door to Natsuhi's room. Her heart leapt automatically. Madam, are you there? Good morning. It's Goda and Cannon. Madam, please wake up. The voices come from across the door were Cannon and Goda's. The knock had been wild, and their voices a little shrill. And for no reason at all, Shannon is also there and talking independently. It seemed that something strange had happened, and they were agitated. What is it? Did something happen? It's nothing. It looks like the servants have arrived. I'm hanging up. Sure, I've said everything I wanted to. So, do not break our promise. I understand. And you don't break our promise either. You have it wrong. That is for you to decide, Mother. Do not make me break my promise. Mother? I'll be watching you all day. Okay, so the worst reading on this is that Lambda Delta is just being a shit and just making stuff happen. The better read on this is that Natsuhi is involved in the murders, and this is her like justification for doing it because she can't live with herself otherwise. So I'm guessing that's what it is, especially because Erika pointed at Natsuhi at some point and said it's you, right? Or no, hold on, was that just implied? Or was she pointing at Ava? I can't remember now. I'll be watching you all day today, Mother. Giggle, giggle, ah, clank. Lambda Delta slammed the receiver down on the antique phone. Then, the phone exploded into bits and became a golden splash, then a cloud of gold butterflies, and then disappeared. Giggle. Dance for me, Natsuhi. Dance in fear of your sin 19 years ago. My turn's going pretty well. Okay, your turn now, Burn. I'm sure this is a waste of time, but let me confirm whether correspondence with the outside world, including reporting this to the police, is possible or not. It's impossible to make use of the external line. Looks like you can use the internal line. It's impossible to use a boat inside the Typhoon. I guess the closed circle is complete now. Congrats, you're a full detective now, Burn. What, can you say it in red? When the police intervene, they sometimes steal some of the detective's authority. However, with the construction of the closed circle, the existence of police had been denied for all eternity. From now on, the authority of the detective piece will be totally guaranteed. Yeah, thanks a bunch. Then I guess it's time to get this game started. Erika, you're the main character. Now begin. Even Genji-san? 5 people have been killed? Yes, and it was so horrible. It was exactly the same as the 4 in the guest house. The neck was sliced open with a terribly sharp blade. To think that even though I had the midnight shift, I didn't notice anyone suspicious. Don't blame yourself. If you'd bumped into the culprit, you might be the one dead right now. On top of that, the phones aren't even connected. I doubt any boats will come in the weather. This is serious. And that makes it very likely the culprit's still nearby. Eek! Then what? Does that mean we'll be trapped here with a murderer until the typhoon passes and the boat comes? It'll be okay. If we all stay together like this, even the culprit won't be able to lay a finger on us. Even Jessica. I can't believe it. We won't let ourselves be killed. I'll avenge George. I won't let them get away. No matter who the culprit is or what their reason was, I won't let the one who killed George get away. I'll kill them. I'll kill them. Wah! Okay, everyone. Are you done crying yet? Silence, please. Has anyone seen Krauss-san yet? We've been calling him for a while, but he hasn't answered. Could the receiver be off the hook? All right. No, we could hear it ringing. There's no way he didn't hear it. What does it mean? You don't think Uncle Krauss too? Figures. I hate to say it at a time like this, but there were 4 in the guest house plus Genji to make 5. I figured there would be 1 more. Why? How could you know that? Are you the culprit? Did you kill George? Stop it, Eva-san. Now is not the time. Eva got agitated and grabbed Kyrie. Nando stepped in between them, and it grew into a bit of a scuffle, with his lethal waistline in the way. Watching this, Erika smiled condescendingly and shrugged. Of course. It's natural you'd guess there were 6 victims after seeing the crime scene in the guest house. There were only 4 corpses, so it makes you wonder who the other 2 were. How could you know such a thing? You killed them? You killed George? Then quit it, Ava. Erika-chan, Kyrie-san, how can you know that? Can't you think before you talk? It's a simple connection to make. The scribble drawn on the scene of the crime in the guest house was a magic circle. I just tried to think of things connected to both magic and murders. So it's the epitaph, huh? I see. It's the first twilight. Huh? What's going on? Well, I don't have a clue either. Is that how it is? That damn witch? So is this really Beatrice Sama's doing? Why do you all keep talking as if you know something? I don't have a clue. Someone explain. I told you, Ava, calm down a bit. Dude, your kid just died. I guess you're just like on autopilot. That's how it is. Ever since I saw the magic circle at the crime scene, I imagine this might be a plotline murder following the epitaph's first twilight, which would mean there are 6 victims. Simply by the existence of the magic circle in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? Wasn't there a 6th one at this point? I guess I'm misremembering. Soko Krauss was also killed? We can't be sure of that. Krauss-san isn't the only person who hasn't come here, right? There's one more. For just an instant, Natsuhi's brow furrowed. So, she hadn't been able to avoid the topic of the study after all. You don't mean Dad? Hey, someone must have contacted the study, right? Of course, I even knocked on the door. But, there was no answer. Father is immersing himself in his research. He sometimes leaves the receiver off the hook because he doesn't want to be called and even ignores any knocking. But the phone was ringing. Anyway, let's first check to see that my husband's safe. Let's go to his room. Natsuhi stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Natsuhi, if there was ever a time to open the study and be like, oh my god, Kinzo must have been killed now. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait. Come on, let's all go together. Together. In both third-rate mysteries and third-rate horrors, people who act alone tend to die first. Yeah, this game is just the same. Beato really is third-rate. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Oh, but in third-rate disaster movies and third-rate action movies, people who act alone do survive, right? Weird. Giggle, giggle. Oh my god, we really are her perspective now. Even though the epitaph has already been crazy how we were Erika's perspective there and we could still see Shannon and Cannon talking. That's fucking nuts. Even though the epitaph has already been solved, who's behind this farce? It might be the work of this man from 19 years ago who is thought to be Lady Lambda Delta's piece. Ah yes, that can't be true. In the games up until now, Beato has already stated that Kinzo has vanished, meaning that no more than 17 people exist and no 18th person exists. Now that Erika has been added, it's been stated that no 19th person exists. There's no room for this man from 19 years ago to appear on the island. So the man from 19 years ago is disguised as one of the existing humans. Or else. My guess right now is that if Lambda Delta is using a character to speak on the phone, that is probably the same extra person that has been in all the other games too. So whoever that is. So it's clearly not this anymore. This is wrong. So yeah. I thought I was cooking, but I wasn't. So it's not her. So whoever is the extra piece that's here, it could be anyone actually. It could just someone here is a fake person. So whoever is the extra person that is always here is probably the same person that is using so like Beatrice's air quotes piece that she manipulates to cause some of the murders. Although I don't think she does do all the murders. Is the same one that Lambda Delta is controlling in order to make the phone call probably. Okay. Cackle cackle. Even if a 19th person isn't permitted by the red, slipping in a 19th person is no trouble for me, no trouble for witches. Now it's getting interesting. Why don't we watch this a little longer? Still, those 2 witches have finally started to do whatever they please with my game board, haven't they? Didn't you know that would happen when you invited them? As a witch, I have the same dislike for boredom as they do. Even the unexpected brings the kind of joy which expects. Very well, bring it on. It's great that you're so eager, but things have taken a nasty turn. Get it? Indeed. Perhaps this isn't the best time to wait and see what happens next. I know that. At this rate, Kinzo's existence will become an issue once again, and the barrier around the study won't last long. That isn't all. Things are going to get even worse. See? When do we get a velvet room for the velvet room? Move 1, move 2, move 3, and then you're cornered, Natsuhi. Gap whispered something in Beato's ear. Beato's mouth slowly widened into a grin. Erika bringing everyone together is actually convenient for us. All darkness outside the range of observers belongs to us demons. This may be the only time to make that move. Natsuhi is the king. She can't move far, but we cannot allow her to be taken. Let's take the initiative. If we slip up here, Natsuhi will be cornered. Gap, can I count on you? Of course. I'll blow a hole through the closed room tricks, alibis, and mysteries alike. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. I think this is the Velvet Room for the Velvet Room, since the real Velvet Room, real Beato is depressed. No, I think that is, yeah, that is the real. So when I say Velvet Room, so there's the game board going on Kenjima, and then there's the Velvet Room, which is when the people who are playing the game are seeing the game board and talking about the game that's going on. But now in episode 5, that is also fake. So because that's also fake, like what's the Velvet Room for the Velvet Room? And that's where real Beato is, like as a doll, where Battler's hanging out with her, I guess, that sort of thing. But there's no real like firm delineation with what you call it coming on, like I don't know what it's called, like floral patterns or whatever. That's not happening when we go there, I guess. So there's no like proper indicator for that. We call it Satin Room. Yeah, okay. So we have game board, then Velvet Room, because like the chessboard has a velvet bottom on it that sits on the table. And then we're in the satin, which is a satin. It's a satin tablecloth, and then and then later on that's going to be fake too, and then we're going to be on the table. So like right now, so we're on game board, so we're on layers of like fake things going on, right? Okay. Gap was swallowed up along with the chair she sat in into a pitch black hole that opened on the floor and then disappeared. After that, a hole opened on the ceiling and spat just the chair back out, returning the place to the way it had been. This is becoming troublesome. Yeah, I see. Against Lady Lambda Delta, even I am nothing more than a mere piece. So in the early game, I must worry more about that expansion. Than losing or taking pieces. Cackle. I'm just no match for that person. I won't let her do that. Natsuhi is the final master. I will serve. No, this is a piece you'll never be allowed to take, so long as she has a contract with me. Beatrice. Krauss's room was empty. The bed was too, but massive bloodstains similar to the other crime scenes remained. Really? There was bloodstains in Krauss's room? Oh. But there was no corpse. Nope. Then he isn't dead. Maybe not. Man, I'm having a great time. What's going on? Where's Nissan? Judging by this bloodstained bed, I don't like to think about it, but we should probably just assume that he was killed and had his neck cut open, just like the people in the guest house. Can you take a break? I need to pee. This chapter's about to end, I'm guessing, and then we'll take a break, probably. But we're due for a break in 3 minutes. Judging by the amount of blood loss, it's hard to imagine that he's okay. But where did Krauss-sama go? Large amounts of blood stained the top of the bed, but there was no similar marks on the floor of the room. Whether Krauss had been seriously wounded and wandered off somewhere, or killed and carried somewhere, they had no clue where this somewhere might be. Natsuhi knew. Though Krauss had been sounding far from his best over the phone, at least he hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of death. In other words, Sumari! These bloodstains had to be a setup. That might not even be blood. I think it's probably animal blood. However, just what was that man thinking? Or Genji was killed here and then... No, there's no way. What's this supposed to be? What the heck? So on the first Twilight, there were 6 sacrifices? Is Krauss Nissan in the habit of locking his door? We just came in without unlocking it. Yes, Krauss-sama also has a habit of locking up. At this house, Madam has ordered that all non-public areas be locked. How many keys can unlock Uncle Krauss's room? In addition to the 1 key Krauss-sama held, there's the master keys. Oh, all that stuff about keys is a pointless argument. Did you forget that Genji-san is already a victim? His master key is missing. That means all the locks in this mansion are meaningless. How boring. In other words, Sumari, no closed room murders have existed or will exist in this mansion. Sheesh. This is getting to be a pretty boring mystery. Erica laughed off this murder in disappointment as though it was something she was watching on TV. I can't understand it. Why is her world so different from ours? It's almost like she's in a separate dimension from us. Was Jessica also like this in a bed? Yes, that's right. Just like George, her neck was cut. Jessica. Let me be with Jessica. And even though my daughter is dead, I'm still going along with this voice on the phone. I haven't even seen Jessica's face yet. Jessica. Okay. There's no way that Natsuhi would kill her own daughter. And there's no... Oh, hold on. But there's no way that Battler would go along with any of this, and he's sus as fuck. Lambda Delta would make Natsuhi kill her own daughter. Whatever. Like nothing makes sense at this point. This whole game fucking sucks. Wait up, Natsuhi's. Maybe that's the point. I just hope that there's like a reckoning at the end of this, being like, you know, your game fucking sucked. The culprit might be hiding nearby. It would be dangerous to let her be alone. Natsuhi flew out of the room and dashed toward the guest house this time. It was only natural. Natsuhi still hadn't even seen Jessica's dying face. Everyone probably thought that. Of course, even Natsuhi was half thinking that. The other half was her desire to shift everyone else's attention away from the study. Still? Your daughter said... Yeah, okay. Strange crimes had occurred, the gold had been discovered, and some relatives had even recommended Battler to be the successor. Have we gone and checked the gold? Is it safe? Even in these twisted circumstances, she had to protect Kinzo's secret. If my head is going to be racked by the suffering anyway, please just let my head explode right now. That way I won't have to suffer any longer. Smash? So everyone, for Natsuhi-san's sake, let's return to the guest house for the time being. Though it's not as though seeing their dead faces is going to lead to any new developments. Do you even have a heart? A heart? What's that? Just seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Jessica back to life, nor would it heal Natsuhi's anguish. On the contrary, Sumari? She would probably wail, wasting a considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. This probably sums up Erika's screwed up argument. Just seeing their dying faces won't lead to any new developments. Like hell it won't. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Piano's pieces have brought about a really interesting change. Giggle, giggle. Okay, are we close to the chapter break, by the way? Or is it actually happening right now? Nope, it's not. Are we like a couple minutes away? Because if not, we should take break right now. 15 minutes? All right, let's take break right now then. I love how fast-paced this is. I know, right? I know. It's almost like even the writer agrees that it's shit. It needs to get through it quickly. All right, let's take a break now. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm probably going to go get a drink or something. Before I go, thank you to marmalade or jam on my toast. Jam for sure. I don't know if I like marmalade. I haven't had marmalade in a long time. Thank you, Elokun. I already said thank you to Elokun. Thank you again, Elokun. Thank you, Jadniffy, for the resub. Watching Golden Kumi might double your gay score. So it'll go to 2? It'll go to 2. Wow. Okay. All right. I can probably tank that. Thank you, Jadniffy. Thank you, It's Cursed, for the bits. It's really easy. When a character makes angry grinning face all of a sudden, the next voice line will sound funny. Also, it'd be better to hear the whole line when they scream hard enough to tear the throat apart. All right. I'll do my best. Thank you, Top Lolly, for the bits. Hey, Joe, I consider myself a very fast reader, and I've only hit 10% of the 100-line ending, so good luck with those 80-plus streams. Fucking hell. All right, so that's something that we have to do, like a weekly feature, like Umineko, I guess. It can't be like the main game. I don't know if we're ever going to do that. I don't know, man. I feel like this has resonated with the weebs way more than Raincoat did, though, unfortunately, and World Ends Club. Fuck. Thank you, Bibrosco, for the resub. I had a dream after the first couple of Umineko streams where an incredibly anime-looking guy with long green hair arrived at Rikinjima as a detective. I thought, haha, that would be crazy. We already know all the characters. Well, 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 how the chessboard has turned. I also thought that after episode 1 that it wouldn't add any new characters, and it was just going to be these for the whole time. I think they've added more characters since then than were originally there at the beginning at this point. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna run ads so we don't get ads in the middle of it. And yeah, I'm gonna go use the bathroom and get a drink and wine to mouse and DMs. Be right back. All right, chat. That is the fastest I've ever eaten one of those protein bars. I hope you appreciate it. I realized I couldn't like continue on while chewing because I have to read it out loud. So yeah. I submitted the coin flip marble. Apologies, I didn't mean for it to be an involved thing because it was a source of stress. No, it wasn't a source of stress. I just kept forgetting to do it. Like, don't feel bad about it at all. I just wanted to theme the submission a bit around the show in question because I thought it'd be a fun change of pace. Just putting moral for Spice and Wolf 2008 by itself is more than fine. Is that what the better result would be? Okay, we can go with that then. Spice and Wolf 2008. Have I read that one out loud? New Al Somnium game will be streamed at some point. Yes, for sure. Do we want to do that like a month after it comes out if we have a slot? Because I think the weebs are going to want to play that on their own, right? Spice and Wolf. Hollow is a powerful wolf deity who is revered in the small town of Pazlo for blessing the annual harvest. Yet as years go by and the villagers become more self-sufficient, Hollow has been reduced to a mere folk tale. When a traveling merchant named Kraft Lawrence stops at the settlement, Hollow offers to become his business partner if he takes her to her northern home of Yoitsu. The savvy trader recognizes Hollow's unusual ability to evaluate a person's character and accepts her proposition. Now in the possession of both sharp bargaining skills and a charismatic negotiator, Lawrence inches closer to his goal of opening his own shop. However, as Lawrence travels the countryside with Hollow in search of economic opportunities, he begins to realize that his aspirations are slowly morphing into something unexpected, because he's falling in love with the god deity person I added at the end. Would you not? I don't know. Are the ears the only furry part? Red eyes are pretty gross. Red eyes are pretty gross, yeah. All right, marble in. She has a tail. Oh, for fuck's sake! What in the? Natsuhi flew into the cousin room, and on the second floor of the guest house, and was struck dumb by the blood-stained beds and the eerie magic circle, which looked like it might have been drawn into the victim's blood. Where's Jessica? Where is she? Jessica! In that bed. A bed? Where? Huh? George? Where is he? Wait a sec. What the hell is going on here? We made sure to lock this room when we left, right? We can now be certain the culprit has a master key. Once again, my reasoning was correct. Who cares about that? Whoops. Where did they go? And where did everyone's corpses go? Oh, where did the bodies go? Nice trick. Hey, look, it's magic, right? That Gap who's with Beato hid the corpses somewhere with magic. All of us moved together. So you're trying to say that everyone had alibis? Your reasoning goes like this, right? The four of them weren't actually dead. They were just playing dead. Then, when no one else was around, they hid somewhere. Am I right? You don't intend to proclaim any of their deaths in red now, do you? Of course I won't. Unlike that dolt Beato, I don't give red out for free. In that case, I'll be glad to use the blue truth. I can think of many ways to work around something on this level. Giggle. Sure, go ahead. Blue truth time. Well, if everyone was accounted for, hold on. If everyone is accounted for, and it's also playing by the same rules as last time, that someone here has to be fake for there to be another person, then it has to be Krauss that moved the bodies. Was there a moment after they left the room before they went and met in the parlor that someone could have snuck back here and did it? It could also be that. I don't know the timeline. I'm not sure about the timeline. Okay. Here's the first one I can think of. The victims aren't actually dead. They pretended to be dead, then secretly hid themselves somewhere. After all, you haven't declared anyone's death with the red truth. Haha. Even though you've been shown their gaping wounds, you're still trying that one on principle, as long as there's no red, right? Don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie red truth. After all, I just have to deny it all at once at the end of the game, at midnight on October 5th. The witch's side has such a big advantage. It'd be all over now if that stupid battler was my opponent, but you aren't like that, right, Byrne? Of course. Anyone could have thought of that silly move. I have more. Second one. Krauss carried the bodies off and hid them. You're making it look like you've kidnapped Krauss and locked them up somewhere, but he might actually be free. Krauss has no alibi. Krauss hid their corpses. Yeah, that's right. It's not like I proclaimed that Krauss is being confined with the red truth, giggle giggle. You know how they say you've got to confuse your friends before you can confuse your enemies? So he lied to Natsuhi, making it seem like he'd been captured? Any others? Third one. The corpses were different people in the first place. They were substitute corpses made to look like the victims. George and the others were hiding from the beginning and later cleared away the substitute corpses. That they just grew in a secret lab that we never revealed was underneath the mansion, funded by gold, which is actually magical gold, so you can spurn up fake bodies in vats that are deep underground in another secret room with a second, even more secret epitaph that's behind all the gold on a wall with a portrait of like a second Beatrice. The corpses were dead from the very beginning, so they don't count toward the number of people on the island. That's messed up. So even though all those people gathered around and saw their dead faces, none of them realized they were substitute corpses? I mean, George did look more childlike than ever. Since you haven't used the red truth, there's a possibility that everyone misidentified all the corpses. Though if you feel like repeating, no one would misidentify a person, I'll withdraw that claim immediately, okay? Yeah, how could you ever misidentify a person in this story? No way, I'm not falling for that. The red truth's only useful if you use it with a flash, right? I'll take a single truth out of a large pile of blue and smash it with the red. Then, the rest of the blue truths will be swallowed up by darkness before you can find out whether they were right or not. Right or wrong. That darkness is the world of witches. You won't be given any truth at all. This girl acts like she's stupid, but she's not bad at all. She'll never rise to provocation. Looks like she understands the darkness of magic even better than the true game master, Beato. And apparently Gap also understood that well. That move of hiding the corpses. It was pretty effective for both Lambda and Beato. In any event, I've thought up a full full 3 theories about the disappearing corpses. 3 blue wedges for a single riddle. It doesn't mean she can just deny one of those 3. Unless she eliminates all 3 wedges, this riddle has been defeated. That's the ironclad rule of witch hunting. A single wedge isn't nearly enough. Only vampires die from a single stake. Compared to witches, vampires are weak. True, witches won't die unless you stab them all over with stakes, right? What? I mean, witches will die from a single stake too with this reasoning because she has to deny all of them. Bernkastel, you're dumb. It's the same with assassins, isn't it? It's only in Japanese manga that you see assassins kill their targets with a single perfect shot. Real assassins will empty out an entire magazine's worth of bullets. That's how you do things, right? Of course, it's the same for me. But it's this girl we're talking about, so she might slice it all in 2 with a single swipe of the red. By simply letting off a few quick lines confirming their deaths and Krauss's innocence with the red, she can remove all 3 of my wedges. Well, that's okay. When the red truth does come out, I just need to follow along with it and stab her full of blue wedges again. Giggle, giggle. This is how a game of witches plays out. Ah, it's so fun. Battler's sluggish battles always piss me off, so I'm loving this. Yeah, I understand, Lambda. This first Twilight is just the beginning of the beginning. It's just a skirmish, right? Wouldn't have it any other way. I'll make you lose pathetically and cry out in regret as you crawl and scratch at the floor. I've almost forgotten the pleasure of grabbing that cute hair of yours and wiping the floor with it as I roll around laughing. Servant waiting room in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's corpse, which had been covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch-black hole appeared. Captivating legs sprouted out, like the Sekimea when you're not looking at it, and the gap floated downwards. Sorry, Genji. You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep right there, but that's not going to be possible. People disappear from this place so that you may serve Natsuhi, the final head of the Ushirime family, even after death. Okay, so they're hiding the corpses. In this context, Gap is hiding the corpses on behalf of Beatrice, who's doing it on behalf of Natsuhi, in order to make Krauss's disappearance look more legitimate. It's not just Krauss's disappearing body, it's everyone's body has disappeared. That's why. Gap stripped off the blanket as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck. That's a nice cut. How is the reading wilting already? Is my reading wilting? I thought I'd been doing okay. Did I mispronounce a word? I'm sorry. That's a nice cut. It must have been made with a single slice. Has anyone who's capable of this manifested yet? Not good. I can't think of anyone decent who might be capable of this. It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own ability. The great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th person. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Renove and me. Pitch black hole opened on the bed, and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Just like the 4 in the guest house, Genji's corpse was also hidden in some unknown place. It was a place that no one could find, located neither within this world nor the next. No longer would anyone be able to find their corpses. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their deaths. She carried Genji's corpse to this place of endless silence, where it would never be disturbed. When there's no corpse, a person goes missing. When a person's missing, people both suspect that they might be the culprit and suspect. Be the culprit and suspect that they might be victims, truly like the inside of a cat box. The darkness inside of cat boxes that will never be opened is where we demons and witches reside. Schrodinger's cat box! You were a bit too slow, Miss Great Detective. Gap licked her lips and gulped. Oh yeah, Erika didn't come and see Genji's corpse, right? I wonder why Gap-sama is going around hiding corpses. I don't know, but Gap-sama is pretty cool. She's just so awesome. Don't be stupid. What happened to standing guard? The humans are returning from the guest house. Gap-sama! Yes, let's disperse. This should be enough to give Natsuhi a way out. Yeah, here we go. To the Pope Mobile, Gap jumped into a pitch black hole that had opened near her feet. Memon said, I'm going too, and jumped in. Followed by Asmo, who said, me too, and hopped in giggling. And then Goda appeared and was like, I too will go with the state. As Satan, Sorry. What a line. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed. And you call yourselves member of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory? How childish. So stupid. Man, like, the stakes furniture, like, pose is kind of like Natsuhi, how she acts to the Kinzo headship fucking Ushirimiya bullshit. She's like made herself furniture of the house. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, then turned into gold butterflies and disappeared. It seems Gap has succeeded in moving the 5 corpses. Well done. However, the next part is tricky. They will probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's corpse, but their interest will most likely swing back to Kinzo's study after that. There are 2 keys to the study. It's fortunate that Natsuhi is in possession of both. If she had left one with Genji, it would probably have been fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now. It seems that Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinzo's death. Apparently, she plans to fight while ignoring the moat, towers, and ramparts that you have created. This has become a strange triangular confrontation. Okay. I don't understand. Isn't Lambda Delta also controlling you? And Gap? Yeah, because Gap's hiding the corpses. Or is this just a different perspective of what's going on? Like, she has no power at the moment. This is just bullshit. So who is this for? Can Burn see this? Just like we could see things as Battler? I guess it's for Burn? I honestly do not know exactly who Lambda is controlling. Lambda Delta is controlling everyone except for Burn and by the extension Erica, right? But sometimes Burn is controlling Battler? And other times Lambda Delta is controlling Battler. Sometimes Battler is controlling Battler. I don't think Battler is ever controlling Battler in this episode. Maybe Battler will start controlling Battler again after the scene when Erica points at Natsuhi and says, "You're the one that did it," and we catch up to the Fight Club medias res. I don't know. I like Battler is not controlling Battler. And sorry, I know that's confusing. Velvet Room, okay. Satin Room Battler is controlling Velvet Room Battler, but Velvet Room Battler is not controlling Game Board Battler. For a while, at least, Erica was controlling Game Board Battler. Or sorry, not Erica, Burncastle. Burncastle was controlling Game Board Battler, but sometimes Lambda Delta is too? You're overcomplicating with the Satin Room stuff. There's only 2 Battlers? I don't think I am. It's really clear to me that the Velvet Room is a part of the game board now, and a part of the illusion. Because Beatrice, Renove, and the rest of the furniture are being controlled by Lambda Delta. And they're being controlled by Lambda Delta in the Velvet Room. So the Velvet Room is now a part of the game. Has it always been a part of the game? I don't know, but it is now. When did Lambda Delta control Battler? I don't see... Because, okay, I'm speculating. There's no fucking way that Battler went into the room and didn't know that his cousins were dead and Rosa. There's no fucking way. Battler's sus as fuck, okay? Battler is in on it or is being brain dead. And Burncastle wants to win. So Burncastle would get a lot of information from Battler being in that room. So if Burncastle was controlling Battler, Battler would be working with Erica. They would be sharing information. There wouldn't have been a point in time when Battler fucking like, oh, unless Burncastle is just LARPing and role playing. Okay, you know what? You're right. It's not a sure thing that Lambda Delta is controlling Battler, but I wouldn't be surprised if some scenes Lambda Delta is controlling Battler. So who is this for right now? What is this theatrics of Beatrice pretending that like they're helping when they're really not? This is for Burncastle. It's gotta be for Burncastle. So a lot of the stuff that we saw in the Velvet Room in the previous games was also theatrics, which tracks actually. I think we already knew that. But it was theatrics for Battler, but this time the theatrics are for Burncastle. So that means almost the whole entire time we haven't really been interacting with the real Beatrice. We've been interacting with furniture Beatrice, and the core being of whoever Beato is has been like just like witnessing it from the Satin Room, I guess, and getting like increasingly more upset until she broke at the end of episode 4. Okay, that tracks actually. Okay, that's kind of sad. You're overcomplicating things. I don't think I am. Okay. This has become a strange triangular confrontation. No, it hasn't. This is fake. It's only a straight line confrontation. There is no triangular confrontation. You're being controlled by Lambda Delta. We all are each other's enemies. No, we're not, but we still sometimes join forces without notice. In a three-way fight, just when you think it's 2 against 1, it suddenly becomes 1 against 2. That's what it's like. That Chinese battle royale. Don't you think it's like that records of the three kingdoms thing? No, two kingdoms. Oh, the Longzong plan. Of course, that's quite a sophisticated analogy to hear coming from you, Pukuku. There were the three empires and records of the three kingdoms, weren't there? Wei, Wu, and Shu, right? That sounds just like us. So, which empire won out in the end? Powers that gained control in the end was the Jin dynasty. The three empires you mentioned were all destroyed. Oh, foreshadowing. Is this what is known as foreshadowing? Man, a literary device. I didn't know that. I thought one of the three empires won. Didn't the Wei have an overwhelming advantage? They had the position of emperor stolen from them, and their empire was subjugated and destroyed. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao invited in as advisors, eventually, who is this? Eventually gained central control in a power struggle and took over the country. Is this just omniscient narration? So they were invited in as advisors, and they seized control. Cackle, very interesting. That Lady Lambda Delta. Cackle, 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 cackle. Pardon me, the humans have confirmed the disappearance of Genji's corpse in the servant waiting room. They have started moving towards Lord Goldsmith's study. Huddle! Richi, they're coming. Humph, let them come. The humans and the witches of certainty and miracles. If this is a three-way fight, then we've got humans, witches, and what should we be called? So this is fake Beatrice talking. Okay. Well, no, it's I don't know what to call Satin Room Beatrice. Beato? But sometimes fucking hell. But sometimes Battler calls Velvet Room Beatrice Beato. Whatever. If the peace Beato, there we go. Peato, it's Peato. If the thing we're protecting for the time being is Kinzo's phantom. So are we phantoms then? Smash. No smash? Wow, that's a lot faster in Umi Pro. Father, it's Natsuhi. Good morning. There's no way he'll wake up if you do it like that. Father, it's Ava. Open the fucking door. It's an emergency. Ava pushed Natsuhi aside and knocked repeatedly with all her strength. Quiet down. You're being too boisterous. Is now really the time to be saying something like that? Our kids are dead. Natsui, lock the fuck in. What do you do? Like, Natsui, you're so dumb. So he isn't picking up the phone? And he isn't responding to knocking either? That's troublesome. He might be in a bad mood again. Kinzo-san sometimes considers even the slightest change to be an omen. And gets into a bad mood for reasons only he can understand. Nanjo! People are dead! Drop the act! Oh, yes, that's true. This isn't something that started today. Is that how badly grandfather wants to shut himself away in the study? Yes, it's not uncommon for him to stay in this study for more than a month at a time. Don't tell anyone, but even though I work here, I sometimes forget that the master even lives here. Oh, honey. Goda, shut the fuck up. my apologies, madam. I am truly sorry. Anyway, isn't it bad that we can't get in contact with him? In the worst case, father might not even know there's been a crime, right? Well, I wonder. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Canon mumbled those words. Who was the last person to meet father, and when? Man, I'm fucking... Unless there's shenanigans going on, I'm embarrassed that I was so sure that these two were the same. Fucking hell. Who is it then? Who's fake? Who's dead the whole time like Kinzo? Is it Jessica? Is it Natsui? Is Natsui just household furniture? Is it Battler? Does Battler not count as a person? Oh... At some point, is they going to be like, haha, because you don't count because you're just the opponent, so you don't count as a person? Like, oh. Okay, I could see them doing that. I would be mad about it, but I could see them doing it. It was me, last night, up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold. I was in father's study giving the daily report. Inspect Krauss's portrait? Went missing from his room on the second floor of the mansion. There were large amounts of blood on the bed, making the situation bear a strong resemblance to those other victims. He is the only victim of the first Twilight whose body was never witnessed. No, that's not true. That's not true. Genji's wasn't witnessed either. That's wrong. Okay. So around 11 last night. No way around it. Let's open it up. The other servants? Other servant that okay. So like literally speaking from the perspective we've seen, this is correct, but because Erika never saw the corpse, it doesn't count. Servants make believe. Servants like whatever, like yeah. What did you say? This is the family's head precious study and research room. No one is permitted to trespass without permission, okay? Who here holds the highest rank? Me, right? I'm the third in rank of the Ushiromiya family. If we open it and get scolded by father, that's also the responsibility of the highest ranked. Because of the urgent circumstances, we'll open this door. You have a key, right? Open it. I believe you know this, but the study door cannot be opened with the master key. The master key has recently taken away Genji-sama's... Sorry, the master has recently taken away Genji-sama's key as well. So he has both keys on this person. Therefore, is Erika here? Yeah, I did the voice. So both of the keys that can open this door are inside the study. A closed room. Good. It's finally starting to get a little interesting. It'd be pretty neat if Kinzo-san was lying on the bed in there with his throat cut. You're being far too indiscreet, Erika-san. Anyway, as you know, this door can only be opened by the keys that father has. Sumari, that means anyone, even a murderer, would find it impossible to even touch father from outside the room. So father must be okay. Still, that doesn't mean we shouldn't worry about confirming his safety. Are you really so unconcerned for the safety of father you respect so much? That isn't... The atmosphere, which had been so agitated a second ago, suddenly went cold, and an eerie feeling filled the room as everyone stared at Natsuhi. They couldn't understand why Natsuhi would protect the study under normal circumstances. People knew that she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, a man she certainly respected, and she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. However, this was an extraordinary situation. A murder had occurred. Natsuhi's persistence in keeping things quiet for Kinzo, even in a situation like this, was hard to understand using common sense. Yeah, but we're a rich family, so we don't have common sense. There's a good chance that the crime occurring on this island will turn out to be plotline murders mimicking the epitaph. It's probably a good idea to assume that the crimes will continue. If we view these as plotline murders, then it will keep going until a total of 13 lives are taken. Do you have any concept of how many victims that would be? Wait a sec. How many people do you think there are on this island? Wouldn't that be almost everyone? No, you've got it all wrong. As far as I know, the mystery novel with the most dead people in a serial murder was And Then There Were None by Agatha Christie, which had 10 deaths. I've read this, by the way. There's no way that's the most. In the world of Japanese mysteries, it's probably the Tokyo Zodiac Murders by Shimada Shoji. Though there were less than 10 deaths in that one. Did you know, if 13 people die, as it seems that they will, it'll lead to the most infamous and famous development in the history of the mystery genre. The completion of a 13-person serial murder case, right? And if everyone on this island is killed, that'd make it a historical achievement in the world of serial murder mysteries, with even more deaths than the longest murder mystery in the world and the longest one in Japan put together, don't you see? Hey, didn't you know, everyone? The culprit in this crime is giving us an incredible challenge, one that might even surpass all the mysteries throughout the world and throughout history. Okay, Ryukushi, calm down. Of course, everyone realized that long ago, right? If you like mystery, Christie's a must-read. If you're Japanese, then it's only natural that you've read Shimada Soji's works all the way through. Are you sure you've been reading enough, everyone? Giggle, giggle, cackle, cackle, cackle. Oh, she's cackling now. Shut up. It's useless. Huh? Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. Did I say something wrong? Okay, and now you're just gonna argue with yourself, love? Erika, who had been chatting away happily all by herself up until a second ago, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant. What were you saying about the Japanese mystery genre? Sakaguchi Engo's non-serial murders beats the Zodiac murders. The number of people was the same in both, right? They tie for the record, but Non-Serial Murders was first published in 1947. The Zodiac Murders was 1981. If you know so much about it, shouldn't you have mentioned Non-Serial Murders first? Erica glared at Battler with an expression that couldn't be fully described with the words. Okay, this is like me arguing with myself in the shower. What the fuck are you doing, Berncastle? And her arms shook as she stood there, lost for words. That's so totally lame. Well, that's a... That's understandable. The Crimes of Zodiac took place in 1936, right? That must have gotten her confused, right? Lambda Delta kept on hitting the table, overcome with laughter. Even Berncastle, who'd been struck with humiliation, snorted and started pounding the table and laughing in the same way. I'm sorry, you made your OC and now you're making fun of it? This is just too good. Not bad, Peace Battler. But who's controlling Peace Battler? One of you is! So what the fu- I'm impressed. You must read a lot, don't you, Battler-san? Books? I hardly read those at all. You liar. You're clearly quite well read. I'd never say something as arrogant as I'm a book reader. I'm a book reader isn't something a person who doesn't even read 100 per year should say so lightly. True, don't you think? You piece, you mere piece. Wait, what? What wall are we breaking right now, Erica? Cough. Anyway, we can't let such a massive crime take place. That's right. At any rate, checking Dad's safety is our first priority right now. But what should we do? He's ignoring the phone and our knocks. The keys are inside. There's nothing we can do. Are we supposed to knock this thick door down? That won't be easy. Father might be attacked by someone and severely injured, and maybe he's waiting for someone to help him. This is an extraordinary circumstance. Even Father will understand. And if he has any rebukes, I'll be happy to take responsibility myself. But breaking down a door would be quite rude. So is killing people. That's true. We shouldn't do that. What about the window? That's right. The window. There are windows in another book I read that Battler probably hasn't read. Is there a ladder somewhere that we could reach as high as the 3rd floor? We should be able to get inside by smashing the window. Erica finally came back to her senses and her tone regained its decisive edge. The 3rd-story window. That would be dangerous. We won't know unless we try. Is there a ladder around here that can reach up 3 floors? I don't think the ladder in the guarding shed is long enough. Oh, then what about the ladder in the boiler room? I remember using it earlier when a bird made a nest on top of the rain gutter. Yes, that would be able to reach without a doubt. There's been a ladder that can reach to the windows on the top floor of this mansion the whole fucking time? Lambda, did this ladder exist in the past games? In red, please? In red, he must have been extremely happy about thinking of something Ken hadn't. Looking pleased with himself as though he had won something, he glanced around at everyone. Meanwhile, Natsuhi was crying blood. He was probably hoping that Natsuhi would praise him, but she quickly avoided his gaze. Of course, Ken had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret, he had intentionally pretended to have forgotten. But with this weather and strong winds, isn't this just too dangerous? I agree. If someone gets seriously injured, we can't go to a hospital until tomorrow, right? The wind might not be as strong as in the courtyard. I think it's at least worth it to take a look. But truly, going up to the 3rd floor will be quite a challenge. Back when we had to clean up the bird's nest, most of the servants shrank away from the danger. And that's when I, your humble servant, Goda, took on a major role in spectacularly handling the situation, and I got some free eggs out of it. Right, then there's no problem. Let's just get a ladder that'll reach. And it looks like someone here already has experience with this sort of thing. Huh? Uh-oh. The courtyard was surrounded on all 4 sides, so while the rain was still fierce, the winds had almost no effect. Man, I wish I could have a house one day that had a courtyard in the middle. That's fucking badass. Imagine your house being so big that it has like an interior garden on all sides. That's awesome. Holy fuck. Yes, it is sick as hell, isn't it? Fortunately, the ceiling jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't so bad. Okay, let's try standing the ladder up. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Sure. Rudolph and Battler carried this special ladder, which was designed for work on high places. 2 umbrellas followed the pair. Shannon and Cannon were holding umbrellas and sheltering them from the rain. It doesn't matter if we get wet. Go back under the eaves. Go to San. Even if there's something wrong with your knees, you can at least hold the ladder down, right? Yes. Now a long explanation about how his knees have been hurting since last time. If only I had enough Hiraluronon. Going up a ladder would be no problem at all. I'm truly sorry. Go to climb it forward to replace Shannon and Cannon. As she watched this, Kiria giggled. Dad, hammer. Cool. Dad? Battler, you love athletics, don't you? Not as much as I love my cool handyman dad. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Fuck off. You little brat. Sheesh, I guess I've got to show this son of mine my good side every once in a while. Battler, Goda-san, hold that ladder down tight. And make sure you're looking up, okay? My hand might slip and you'll have this hammer tumbling down on you. Don't worry. I'll catch it and smash your head in. Like episode 1. Wait, what? After putting the hammer, they'd gotten to smash the window in his pocket and cracking his knuckles. Rudolph started climbing. Will Rudolph-sama be okay? He'll be fine. That guy could totally be in an action movie. Plus, sports are one of his strong points. Did I tell the story once? That's funny. Did I tell the story ever on stream that one time I heard a loud crash from outside our house in Wales, and I went outside in the back garden, and my dad had like climbed to the top, the roof of the house. The house is pretty tall too, on a ladder of this length, and like fell, and the whole entire ladder had fallen all the way from the top to the bottom, and he just rode it down. And I found him like on his back like a fucking turtle that had been flipped over, and he just like had a little cut on his hand, and he was fine. I don't know how the fuck he survived that. He could have died. I don't know why my dumbass dad like went out and fucking just used the ladder without telling anyone to hold the ladder at the bottom or anything like that. Little cut. Yeah, he was fine. I don't understand how he was fine. Maybe it like fell down and like hit the side of the wall and then scraped down afterwards or something like that. I don't know. I wish you'd tell me how my skating prowess is supposed to help me climb ladders. I am Inoue Bauer, always in a big pinch or whatever. He'll manage to avoid dying, so there's nothing to worry about. Why is this green? Why is this green? Inoue Bauer never dies. Inoue Bauer was a champion German figure skater. Oh, it's like Brian Boitano, whose name is associated with a move in figure skating that became famous in Japan. However, the reference goes deeper than this. Rudolph's voice actor, Koyama Rikaya, was the Japanese dub voice for Jack Bauer in the TV series 24. Wait, what? He never dies is a reference to one of the number of comedic Japanese TV commercials for 24, in which Koyama Rikaya sings, "I am Jack Bauer, always in danger. I am Jack Bauer, I never die." Man, how is this a clue from Lambda Delta? More importantly, we're really lucky the shutters aren't down. Isn't it a common practice to lower the shutters to farther study for the night? Yes, when we're permitted to enter and exit, we open and close them in the morning and at night. However, I think it was decided that such a thing was unnecessary for the time being, so it was left open. I see. Father would be pretty mad, won't he? If his son smashes his window and comes in while he's sleeping, that's probably... It'd be wonderful if we didn't have to smash the window, don't you think? Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Natsuhi had ordered them to interfere as much as possible. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing the two of them could do. They had tried to interfere by pretending they didn't know about a ladder that could reach up to the third floor window, but because of Goda showing off, that ladder had been found. Rudolph carefully climbed the ladder. He would reach the third floor window very soon. As he did this, Shannon and Cannon have to be at least in on it in some way. This is me leaking DMs with Mouse on break. They have to be at least in on it in some way. They're too sus. Maybe they're like fanatically like bought in that they were willing to die and kill themselves for the cause. There's too much that's sus about them, but they're not the source of the fake person. Oh, everything with Sayo just fits so well though. How did Battler even interact with her then? No, it fits so well. What? Maybe Battler is Beatrice. Wait. Battler, Beatrice, Battlestar Galactica. Okay, all right. As he did, Shannon and Cannon stared at him, looking uneasy. After this, what will happen next? To the two of them, to Madam, to the Master. Very soon, Rudolph will reach the window. So it's already the end for this room's barrier. The soldiers are scaling the ramparts, trying to reach the other side. The moment of surrender is truly right before our eyes. I am prepared to be erased at any moment. We can't let that happen. You have to remain alive, even if it means crawling through the dirt. I'll think about what to do next. For now, escape from this place. I don't know why. I have a feeling something really funny is about to happen. I don't know why. There's some tension building right now. I'm like, you may say that, but what can I do? Ava and the rest are still camped out in the hallway, and Rudolph is approaching the window. There's no way of retreat through the door or the window. In that case, perhaps you could hide under the bed. There it is, okay. So I'm not even permitted the chance to wait for the enemy's arrival in my throne? You might have done that while you were still alive, but now you're a ghost, and that Natsuhi and I brought to life. Ghosts should do what ghosts do best and hide under the bed or in a closet. Will something like that really deceive their eyes? My. Don't worry, I'll be with you. I'll let you escape at the last moment. It'll be dangerous for you. Even though you're a demon, you won't get away unscathed if you're burned by the magic-resisting toxin. Don't worry about that. Anyway, I need things to get at least that bad before my heart starts pumping. How comforting. I understand. I'll hide under the bed. Milady, Rudolph will reach the window very soon. Smash. Gap. I've changed my mind. I'll guard this place. Hide yourself along with Renove. What did you say? You've got it backwards. Didn't we plan to leave this place to Gap and have you retreat, milady? Though Renove should have been used to her fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. Beato may have been a powerful queen, but she was also an important piece that mustn't be exposed to danger. Though she was strong, running to the front lines without any plan would not be a praiseworthy move. What kind of whim is this? It's just a whim. I'm not so fond of boredom that I can simply sip tea while leaving everything to you. I've just gotten the urge to jump into the struggle right away. I understand. It is your game after all. You can do as you wish. I'll carefully watch over the corpses to the first twilight that I erased, making sure nothing happens to them. Sorry for stealing your time to shine. Is this really acceptable, milady? You should know I like showing off even more than my 3 meals a day. I've done nothing but gobble up Gap's turn. Don't worry about it. What are you cooking? Renove and Gap both fell silent. The two of them had already noticed. Lady Berncastel, who used Furod or Erica as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. This fight would probably be terrifying as well. Beato couldn't expose Gap, her friend, to this danger. Beato bluffed and said that wasn't the case. But Renove and Gap had already figured it out. Therefore, after confirming Beato's resolve one last time and seeing that she was completely firm in her decision, they nodded in silence and accepted it. I understand. I'll leave this place to you. I'm rooting for you. Take care. Yeah. Please watch over my efforts to your heart's content. Lady Berncastel will probably start trying to expose Kinzo's absence with a closed room argument. Fights in a closed room are normally Gap's area of expertise. Queens are commanders because they're best at fighting in wide open areas. This won't be an easy fight. I'm fully aware of that. I currently serve Natsuhi. Watching Natsuhi's danger from above and letting Gap take care of it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, what are you going to do? Understood. I wish you luck in battle. Be careful. If it becomes a complete closed room, you won't be able to come in and help you. Are you gonna like grab Kinzo's corpse, and as soon as Rudolph breaks through the window, you're gonna like open the door to the study and have him like run out? And Rudolph's like, whoa, I saw Dad leave the study like when I broke the window, shit. And then they're like, no, he vanished. Like, what are you gonna do, Beato? Like, I laugh at them if things get bad. I'll describe Kinzo. Oh, there we go. She's saying it right now. It's on the screen. Fun. It's easy. With the door and the window, the past and the future to choose from, there are plenty of places to run to. But of course, I won't let this become a closed room. Though you won't see us, I will be cheering you on from very close by. Good luck. Sure. Gapparanove became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared. Kinzo melted into the darkness beneath the bed. Where's his body? Where have they been keeping his body? Then Beato also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. Then, Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain. I don't know why it's funny. It's not, is it? I don't know why, but it's really funny just having it just appear. Dad, if you're there, answer. Dad. As he yelled, he hit the window. His foothold was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. But of course, this was Rudolph, the show-off. The sign that he couldn't do anything stupid with so many people watching from below, he suppressed the fear from being so high up, and boldly knocked on the window. Come on, grandfather. Can't he hear? I wonder. I hope he doesn't drop the hammer. How many seconds have passed? It's been 30 seconds since he knocked on the window. So, he'll really smash it? The master will be very mad. Well, someone was kind enough to brag about how accepting that anger is her duty, so there's no need to worry. Rudolph-san, that's enough. Do it. Sure. Damn it, Dad. You better not complain after I smash it. He hit it several times, and eventually a fist-sized hole opened up in the glass. Because of his unstable footing, this took a lot of effort. Yeah, this is dicey as fuck. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further, stuck his hand through it, and unlocked the window. He punched it with his fist. No, he has a hammer. Then, after a hard struggle, Rudolph somehow managed to open the window, and his body slipped through into the study. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having ground under him. Dad, it's Rudolph. Answer me. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a library, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That's right. With all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in this study without leaving it all. The bed was empty. There were marks on it that made it seem as though someone had slipped out, but there was no one in sight. This happens a lot in ninja movies. Someone finds that the bed is still warm, so the occupant couldn't have gone far. Rudolph tried placing his hands on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. Not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold. And the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. In the air inside the room, and even the presence about it, if that's the right word for it, even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Kinzo had slipped out of this room a long time ago. However, it's been well cleaned. His signs haven't been lived in. Who are you talking to, bud? Wrinkles in the bed, slight angle of the chair. My god, it even has a watermark. Here and there were even marks that would doubtlessly have been cleaned up or fixed if someone had come in to make the beds. As far as I can tell off the top of my head, Dad must have slipped out of bed several hours ago at the latest. That would be the same general time period as the brutal murder case. Guess we can't be sure Kinzo's absence and the crime are completely unrelated. For the time being, he leaned out the window and told Kyrie and the others in the courtyard to come back up since he was going to unlock the door. Then he pushed the button on the study desk and released his door's auto-lock. And then, from the bathroom, a shadowy figure just yeeted itself into the study. Fell flat on the floor, made a sound, then got back up really slowly like it was two people under there, and then walked out of the fucking place while Rudolph just stared, dumbfounded. There was a heavy clunking sound, and Natsuhi and the rest dashed in immediately. Father, good morning. Sorry, but it isn't Dad. I'm the one who opened it. Was Kinzo-san there? Nope. It looks like someone slipped out of bed, but you can't tell when that happened. And Natsuhi-ne-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 last night? I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. Well, we must consider Father's fickle nature. It wasn't at all uncommon for him to suddenly wake in the middle of the night, claiming to have had a revelation in a dream, and walk around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? True. Yeah, this has happened before. Anyway, he is a fickle person. Yeah, right, Kumasawa-san? Oh, I have no idea what's going on. That's true. Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed. That isn't uncommon at all, yes. People are dead. Then where did he slip off to? Does this mean there's a good chance Father's been caught up in this crime? See, we should have checked to make sure Father was safe from the beginning, right? We can't be sure he isn't in this room. Maybe the culprit tied him up and locked him in the closet or something like that. Good point. Let's search. This is the head's precious study. You mustn't touch things without reason. Yeah, that's right. There's something I need to tell you, culprit-san. When Natsuhi heard this said right in front of her, her heart froze. Culprit-san? But Erika had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsuhi when she said it. She had directed her words to the room at large. She hadn't been speaking to Natsuhi in particular. Natsuhi turned her back on Erika, trying to prevent her faltering expression from being noticed. I have a photographic memory. If you try to alter the crime scene by hiding some evidence, I'll know right away. Please don't slip up here and disappoint me. Any mystery where the whodunit is solved by a culprit's slip-up or misspeak is only third-rate, don't you think? I don't understand what you're saying, but try to refrain from incautious remarks. Father, are you there? Please, answer me. Natsuhi started walking around and calling out in a loud voice, refusing to let Erika say any more. There was a knock. Carrie and the others who had gone down to the courtyard had returned, killing some people on the way. So Father isn't here after all? He might be tied up and shut away somewhere around here. We were just searching for him. I'm surprised he managed to shut himself away in a place like this for all that time. Give it up, Ne-san. We can't change anything now. I wonder what Madame plans to do. Get paid back for all the lies she's told up until now. Shh. Let's leave fate in God's hands. Yes. Many people clamored around Kinzo's vast study, looking here and there, inside the closet and in the bathtub, even in the refrigerator and under the study desk. What about under the bed? They looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo, they couldn't even find a single suspicious mark, and they streamed it. It seems clear that Father isn't here. That's enough. Please don't disturb Father's precious study any further. That's right, that's right. There's nothing the Master hates more than having things moved around without his permission. Father's nowhere to be found. Maybe he really was caught up in the crime. But we can't be sure of that. Natsuhi averted her gaze once more. It's okay, Natsuhi. We truly do have our backs against the wall. On the off chance that someone entered the study, I had planned to trick them by saying he'd probably gone for a walk somewhere. However, no one would believe that I'd get dressed up for a casual midnight stroll in a mansion where a murder had occurred and many people had been killed, though I wouldn't put it past myself to do such a thing. Come now, Kinzo. Be a good boy and hide under the bed. It's okay, Natsuhi. You may remain calm. It's possible to prove that someone exists, but you can't prove that someone doesn't exist. In other words, sumari. The human world is one in which, regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it so that they exist. And the shadows that can make such things exist are themselves the world of us witches and the world of demons. You mean a devil's proof? Yes. So don't worry, the power of demons will most certainly protect you. If it could protect the honor of Father and my husband, I wouldn't mind sacrificing this body of mine to demons. Your resolve is good. Don't be anxious. I most certainly will not let Kinzo be killed. At that time, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Erika had clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention. Though such an action should have been above a guest's place, for some reason it already felt like a natural right of hers. After all, she was the detective. I think that's enough. Ushimiya Kinzo-san is nowhere to be found in this study. Yeah, we've searched everywhere he could have been hiding. That's nowhere to be seen. Did you check under the bed? Furthermore, we found nothing that looks suspicious. Yes, we didn't find anything at all. Erika said it again. They hadn't been able to discover anything. That in itself is suspicious. In that case, we mustn't litter around this room. Do you understand how angry Father would be if he learned that so many people were looking through his study? Eva-san, you said you were prepared to take responsibility, didn't you? Are you prepared for him to break off relations with you for the rest of your life? I fucking hate Natsuhi. That's for Father to decide, not you. Silence, please. I'd like to lay out the situation. At 11 last night, the last person to meet Kinzo-san in this room was Natsuhi-san, right? Can anyone confirm that? Confirm? Yes, that's right. After all, the only one who claims that Natsuhi-san really did stop here by 11 last night is Natsuhi-san herself. There wouldn't be a problem if Kinzo-san confirmed that Natsuhi-san really did come here last night, but that vital witness isn't here. So you're saying alibis are the foundation of a mystery? Yes, that's right. Alibis are important. Of course, they're almost useless when it comes to the actual theory making, but it's common courtesy to poke around those boxes. Huh. You didn't ask for alibis regarding last night's murders, but you'll do it for grandfather's disappearance, huh? You really are a fickle person. Oh, don't worry. I've already solved those murders, so I don't need to ask anyone about them. Have no fear that we'll fully examine everyone's alibis regarding the murders of the first Twilight later. So, can anyone confirm that Natsuhi-san visited here at 11? If no one can, we'll be forced to doubt whether Natsuhi-san was really the last person to spot him. Are you saying that I can't be trusted? No, it's actually the opposite. I hope that you aren't the culprit. After all, that'd make this really boring. Only the worst third-rate mysteries have the most suspicious person as the culprit. Natsuhi-san is suspicious? Wait a second. How can you say that? Says the person who's been lying about a death for like 2 years and counting. He's right. Calling Madam suspicious is the height of discourtesy. Be quiet. Dr. Nanjo, Goda, thank you. Erika-san, do you have some sort of proof to justify such a rude outburst? Yes, though it's so simple that it annoys me. Sorry to bother you with this TV drama quality evidence, but if you don't mind, why don't you just let us hear it? When Battler glared at her, a cold expression rose to Erika's face for an instant. But it was only for an instant. After smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. She looked like the main character in a play, who had just come out onto the stage, bathed in the spotlight. Man, when Battler does this, ha 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 ha, that's your game, huh? And takes the stage and starts talking, it's like, yeah, it's great. But when Erika does it, human resources, like fucking hell. Is it just because I hate her, or is the vibes just better with Battler? It's vibes. Battler's just way better about it. It's about this morning. Please remember that time after the murders occurred during the big uproar that followed. We wanted to tell Kinzo-san about the crime, but he wouldn't come out, no matter how many times we called him on the telephone. Remember that time. Anyway, why is this black and white? Anyway, isn't it bad that we can't get in contact with him? In the worst case, father might not even know there's been a crime, right? Well, I wonder. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Kana mumbled those words. Who was the last person to meet father, and when? It was me. Last night, up until the time of the uproar from when the Battler found the gold, I was in father's study, giving the daily report. So around 11 last night. Erika chuckled significantly. And what's your point? Ridiculous. I think Kiryu-san probably did that intentionally. Am I right? What do you mean by that? I hope someone might fall for it. I see. Thanks, Kiryu-san. Actually, I was planning to say the same thing if you didn't. Oh, yeah, of course you were. Is who saw the master last really that important? Yes. If we take the circumstances into account, then the response to the question, who met him last, it was very odd for Natsuhi-san to instantly answer me. Well, why? Madam told the truth without hiding anything. Be quiet. Why do you think it was odd? Why are you so sure that no one else met Kinzo-san after 11? Well, that's because I watched as he went to bed. It's only natural to assume that he would then sleep till morning. Okay, like, oh, that's a stretch. Like I saw him late last night. Probably no one saw him since then. Or I'm just providing that I saw him, and if anyone wants to dispute me, they can say, like come on. Well, that's because I watched as he went to bed. It's only natural to assume that he would sleep until morning and not meet with anyone. Considering the circumstances, it was easy to suspect the last person to spot him having some kind of involvement with this case. A normal person in Natsuhi's position wouldn't say, I was the last person to meet him. I met him at 11. Right, Kiryu-san? Yes, that's correct. A normal person would say, I met him at 11. However, I'm not sure I was the last person to meet. This is really, I don't know. Like, it's maybe a clue to lead you to maybe think about it, but I don't know. That's kind of forcing it. Something like that. Good. Claiming to be last witness is usually quite difficult. That is, unless you know something that makes you sure there were no other witnesses after you. In third-rate mysteries, the last one to spot the victim is often the culprit. They killed the victim themselves, so they knew that no one else could have met the culprit later on, is how the argument goes. Couldn't that be nothing more than a minor misspeak? It's not important enough to be picked up on out of the blue and focused on. Yes, that's nothing more than nitpicking. Isn't it a little too early to suspect Natsuhi-san because of a little slip of the tongue like that? Furthermore, you said she'd need a reason to be sure no one else spotted the master, but of course she had such a reason. She left the room after seeing the master go to bed. Following common sense, it's perfectly natural to assume that he probably wouldn't meet anyone else until after the next morning. No, that isn't natural at all. After all, Natsuhi-san, Dr. Nanjo, and Kurosawa-san all made this claim a short while ago. Please, try to remember. And Natsuhi-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 last night. I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that, went somewhere else. Well, we must consider father's fickle nature. It wasn't at all uncommon for him to suddenly wake in the middle of the night, claiming to have had a revelation in a dream and walk around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? true. This has happened before. Anyway, he is a fickle person. Right, Kurosawa-san? Oh, that's true. Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed. This isn't uncommon at all, yes. Yeah, you definitely have testimony that it wasn't at all uncommon for grandfather to suddenly slip out of bed late at night. Nah, this is still bullshit. Good. Your memory's not bad, Butler-san. In other words, Sumari, it's common knowledge to those at Nushimiya head house, Natsuhi-san included, that Kinzo-san might wake up in the middle of the night wake up in the middle of any given night on a whim and wander around. On top of that, they are aware that this happens quite often. Isn't that odd? If you knew father often wanders around at night, there's no way you could be certain he'd stay in his bed until morning. Right? It really is like a third-rate mystery. You know, that thing they do in the last 5 minutes, where the culprit asks, when did you first realize it was me? And the detective answers, seriously, that's why I feel let down. If it turns out Natsuhi-san really is the culprit, this will be worse than the TV mystery. That's why I want to clear away the suspicion surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon as I can. I want to make sure this mystery isn't third-rate before I do anything else. There's no need to get anxious, Natsuhi. This is a classic word game used by detective wannabes. What exactly is her point? How could she possibly corner you with this accusation alone? In the court of hell, all of the demon jurors will declare you innocent. So calm down and don't get flustered. It may be true that Natsuhi looks suspicious when you say it like that. Still, it sounds like you're just nitpicking to me. But it is suspicious. Isn't this more than enough reason to suspect that Natsuhi-ne-san's hiding something? Of all the unfair accusations. And how cowardly of you, Eva-san. You're the sole person who can confirm that I really was here at 11, aren't you? Is this true, Eva-san? Oh, did that happen? I'm sorry. At the time, I was losing my head because of the recently discovered gold. Oh, okay. So we're gonna think Ava's suspicious now? So I forgot all about bumping into Natsuhi-ne-san until a second ago. So Eva-san, you can confirm that Natsuhi-san was a witness at 11. Yes, unfortunately, I'm able to acknowledge that one part in Natsuhi-ne-san's story, but only that she came out of this room. What are you implying? Oh, I'll tell you. In fact, I wanted to say this for a long time now. I do realize it's improper to bring this up in the middle of such a tragic murder case, but the timing now is just too perfect. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Natsuhi-ne-san? The servants gulped and held their breaths. It seemed that they hadn't been able to hide it after all. Yeah, George and Jessica are dead. In the middle of this heavy silence, Ava fingered her trump card and Natsuhi tried to act calm. Both space and time grew heavy as lead and swallowed up everything. Just when did Kinzo-san disappear, I wonder? Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore the atmosphere to pieces like shattering glass. Simply put, we haven't met him once at a family conference this year or last. That's right, we suspected it since last year. Seeing as how my son and the others have just been killed, this may not be the time or place to press you on this, but we're doing it anyway because we're just pretending it didn't happen. But there's a chance that this has something to do with the crime, so pressing you is just what we'll do. It's possible you have no motive for hiding father's death. We have a reason to suspect that you're embezzling his assets. If father were to die, an investigation would be conducted for the distribution of the assets and your embezzlement would be exposed. That's why you hid the fact that father's already dead. I see. That's more than enough for the why done it. This keeps getting more and more third rate. Ah, boring. I don't know what you're talking about. You say I'm hiding the head's death? I most certainly won't forgive such a reckless accusation. That's right. In addition to Madam, the other servants take care of the master on a daily basis, and they see him all the time. Genji-san, Shannon-san, and Kanon-kun. Even Dr. Nanjo and Kumasama-san meet with him often. Perhaps because he doesn't trust me, I haven't seen him even once since last year, but... Be quiet, Goda. Eek! My apologies. Aren't all of the witnesses, besides Natsuhi-san, servants employed by her? So you use money to make them follow your story. Aw man, this really is third rate. Pitiful, pitiful. I'm disappointed, Natsuhi-san. So I guess I'll have to finish this now. Finish what? Ushiromiya Kinzo-san. What is it, uninvited guest? You don't exist, do you? You're a ghost whose death was concealed by those humans who didn't want it known because of the inheritance problem. Humph. Ghosts are supposed to quickly pass on to the next world. Even though this is the first time we've met, I've yet to give you a proper greeting. My apologies. Good day, pleased to meet you, and goodbye. So close to Erika's face that you could barely have wedged a sheet of paper between them, Beato's pipe came to a sudden stop. And a good day to you too. I'm the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. I'll be your opponent in this fight from here on out. Glad to meet you. I'm the detective of this game, Furuto Erika. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And now, goodbye. So, you're Lady Burncastle's next piece after Angie. I'm afraid I didn't get to fight with her, so to my satisfaction in the end. I'm glad I'll be able to lock horns with you this time, Lady Burncastle's piece. My master is almighty, omnipotent. A fool like you couldn't even begin to compare with her. I accept your challenge. Cackle, cackle, cackle. You really are calm. Even though a witch has appeared before you and is about to fight with magic and fantasy, if you were a battler, you'd be lying on the ground, screaming that this can't possibly be a mystery anymore. Yeah, even the mystery genre, parallel universes like this have gotten popular lately. You know about pure reasoning space and all that? Ayatsuji Yakido doesn't make his debut until next year. What? You sure are picky for a witch. Haha, you think you're on the same level as a witch? Don't be so full of yourself, you mere human. When Beato snapped her fingers, something bounced around the room at terrifying speeds. It was a stake of the witch, a witch's wedge that contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erica couldn't follow at that terrible speed with her eyes. Erica understood this, so she didn't attempt to look at every which way, stupidly trying to spot it, like Battler did. Eat this, fool! With a terrible sound, Lucifer's blue stake buried itself into Erica's right collarbone. It pierced all the way through her back. Lucifer spun and rebounded, landed in front of Beato, and vanished with a shrill laugh. Erica wasn't blown back, but she had been run through by the blue wedge. So, this is that so-called blue truth. Well then, let me hear your views. You can't eliminate the possibility that Natsuhi met with Kinzo at 11 p.m. In the 6+ hours between then and the time you all barged into the study, Kinzo had every opportunity to escape. Because of this, you can't state decisively that Kinzo doesn't exist. Beato announced that with an expression worthy of her title as witch. Erica was silent. Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. She was just quietly listening to Beato's blue truth. No, judging by her disdainful expression, it's probably more appropriate to say that Beato's words went in one ear and out the other. Good. Let's start with the classic moves. By the way, this thing really is stuck good. I can't take it out. She tried pulling it from the front and the back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either. Okay, how are you going to prove definitively that Kinzo is already dead? How are you going to do that? I don't see how you could do that. It's really cool to see, even though she is fake and being controlled by Lambda Delta, it's cool to Beatrice do what Battler does to her. You can't take it out. The blue truth can only be defeated by the red truth. For one such as yourself, a guest who came to this island at most a day ago, there is no truth that can possibly be known. That means there exists no red that you can use. In other words, Sumari, this is checkmate. I see. So that's what kind of space this is. In that case, I'll need a piece suitable for fighting a witch. I'm the detective. My role is to take on the human culprit. You are a witch, and there does exist a fitting piece to use against witches and demons. Let me introduce you. Miss... What? Dalinor. Dalinor? Like Eleanor? But with a D? This is a fake name. Ronald? It's Ronald. It looks like it's your turn. Dalinor? Ha 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 ha. I thought so. I was certain you'd bring that piece in sooner or later. The 10 wedges with which to hunt witches, the Archbishop of Witch Hunting, Dalinor. There's no more fitting piece in a battle against demons. I have my double, Erica, and the greatest natural enemy of witches, Dalinor. I'm now taking control of the 7th rank with my 2 rooks. Let me show you, Lambda Delta, and you too, Beatrice. Now you'll see how useless your struggling is. Giggle, ah ha 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 ha. The air shone brightly, and the piece Erica had guided there showed its form. That form resembled a clergy member perfectly suited for confronting an evil witch. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dalinor A. Nox is my name? Oh, Dalinor A. Nox is my name. Dalinor A. Nox, a member of the Assyrian Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Dragao? Chief Inquisitor, ranked Archbishop 1st class. goes by the name Dalinor of the Ten Wedges, or Death Sentence Dalinor. What the fuck is she wearing? What fucking Xenoblade Chronicles shit is this? She gets the name Death Sentence because though Inquisitors normally judge their targets to determine whether they deserve the death penalty or not, Dalinor, as the Chief Inquisitor, is only dispatched after a case has been vigorously inspected by the Great Court. Therefore, the very act of dispatching her is equivalent to a death sentence. Her father was a legendary Inquisitor, but he broke the rules and was executed. She was the one who interrogated and executed him. Since that time, she has stopped growing. Oh my fucking god. And both her body and mind remain eternally those of a young girl. It is whispered that her heart also died at that moment, but she does not see it that way. Her primary weapons are the conceptual arms Red Key and Blue Key. They take the form of a long sword and a short sword. Umiden has been doom posting about Dalinor for 24 hours, including trying to convince me to install a pants mod on your computer and to tell you not to look at character listing. Welcome to my hell. How would you do that? This is one of the worst things that has happened in this story so far. Oh well, even though the space was like a bomb just waiting to go off, she introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it. This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard all the rumors, so this doesn't truly feel like a first meeting. The same goes for me, Miss Beatrice. The detailed materials Esserine Jungfrau has on you are summarized in 600 pages. I always read such reports, so this doesn't feel like a first meeting to me either. What's with the weird fucking blueprints fucking text? The Secretary of Hell could summarize those 600 pages into 6 letters. Allow me to ask. Danger. A fitting summary. When I return, I will summarize the materials on you using only 2 letters more out of respect. Executed. So, I'm cute now, Cackle. You're too polite, my guest. Let us continue. Miss Beatrice, I, Dalinor, the head inquisitor of heresy, do humbly accept my role as your opponent. My first move is over. If you can't remove the blue wedge from that further Erica over there, then you might as well totter back up to heaven and get back to your usual boring job of stamping forms. Please do something about this wedge thing. It looks like Beatrice-san thinks she's already achieved checkmate with this alone. After making a show of tapping her finger on the blue wedge that pierced her, Erica shrugged as though taunting Beatrice. Beatrice. It's okay, I'm just toying with her a bit. After all, if things get bad, I can grab Kinzo and run out of here whenever I want. I can leave this room anytime and go anywhere. The fuck you talking about? That is useless. Oh? Now that you've met up with me, this is your demise. Escape will not be permitted. None can escape. True, we can't deny that it'd be possible for Father to suddenly wake up and go somewhere. But you know what? I can say for sure that such a thing could... What the fuck is Battler doing? Haha, you know why? How could I... Wait, who's talking right now? How are we back with fucking Ava talking? We're just having asides with, just in the room at the same time? Okay, true, we can't deny the possible father suddenly wake up and go somewhere. But you know what? I can say for sure that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why? How could you know? Are you trying to say you stood outside this door all night watching to make sure the head didn't take a step outside? No, because I put this fucking receipt in the door. Yes, someone was watching. This kid right here. What? I wish I had a camera on right now so you could see how fucking annoyed I am, but I am still grooving and bouncing in my seat back and forth because it's a bop. Holy fuck. But Where is she? Please allow me to speak. Let me know that entering or exiting through this door is impossible. The palace guards are ordered to blockade the study door. It's fucking Candy receipt from the airport, Chan. Here she is. The doors to heaven open with a strong unrelenting radiance like the sun's, announcing the arrival of Dalnor's underlings. Those words were clad in the red truth and cut off the witch's method of escape. Chester 410, right here. Chester 45, right here. It's been some time, great Lady Beatrice. We were dispatched in accordance with the Alliance Agreement 1516 and a request from the Great Court of Heaven. Nihi, we apologize for the rudeness that is to follow. We formed a precision blockade on the study door, Nya. And it's the best of you stay away from it, Nya. He. Allow me to speak. I will say again, from last night at 11 until the present time, the study door was not opened even once. And I know this because I fucking put a receipt on the fucking door. What is that scrap of paper? It's a completely ordinary receipt, but even so, this mere scrap of paper proves that you lied. Last night, when you came out of the study, Ava saw her chance and wedged your receipt into the crack of the study door, and it fell down just now when Rudolph-kun opened the door for us. Know what that means? In other words, Sumari, from 11 last night until now, Father couldn't possibly open this door. Unless he saw it and put it back into the wedge. You can't prove that he didn't. You can't prove that he didn't. You can't prove... Why isn't the other one here? You know what that means? Okay. What'd you say? Rudolph, the window was locked, right? Yeah, that's why I smashed the glass. The other windows are locked as well. They're built so you can't lock them from the outside. Who the fuck are you? Allow me to speak. Know that the windows were all locked. Palace guards blockade all the windows. By the name of Isern Jungfrau, I give the palace guards permission to make use of forbidden weapons. Understood. Entire force permission granted for use of forbidden weapon, red warhead. Begin transmitting activation code. Anya, the password doesn't work, Nya. Targeting outside it. We're breaking through the fourth wall to kill Joe specifically. 410. Turn caps lock off and try again. Go on. Chester squad. Precision blockade for sturdy door and all windows complete. We warn the great Lady Beatrice that if anything is caught passing through these physically, conceptually, or by any other method, we'll shoot without warning. Data link from Archangel Satellite 4, homing format, verdict model, conceptual guidance. On top of that, we've got red warheads, Nia. Impossible to shoot down, impossible to avoid, impossible to survive when hit. It'd smash even Lady Beatrice into little bits, Nia. And then Beatrice just laughs and says, Kinzo could have put the street back on the door. Get fucked. And everyone's like, no, security camera, Chan. We set up a security camera that looked at the fucking receipt the whole entire time, negating the need for the receipt. But we still did. The Chester squad has laid down a pinpoint blockade over the door and all the windows. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these. My, I should be doing the welcoming, but it seems I'm the one being welcomed. I'm grateful for the courtesy call, and you've even brought the Chester sisters. Allow me to inform you that your paths of retreat have been cut off. Commander Dalnor, let us now remove the sin and purify. You've done well, Miss Beatrice. I've had your path to retreat terminated. You cannot leave through the door, nor can you leave through the windows. Therefore, escape will now be prohibited. You think you shut me in with this alone? Cackle, cackle. The Inquisitor of Heresy in heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. Subordinates use a powerful barrier to cut off Beato's methods of escape. Demons tend to resist capture, and as a result, they sometimes escape. However, angels counter by blocking off passages of escape, allowing them to eradicate their targets without fail. Except sometimes they also use guns and just can fire things through walls, and they just do whatever the story needs them to do whenever we just want them to show up. It's Sumari. The study was a perfect closed room from the time Natsuhi Nei-san claims she said goodnight to the time Rudolph opened the door. In that case, Father would have to be here, but there's not even a trace of him. Come on, what the hell's going on? I keep telling you to calm down. The thought that I, Beatrice, could be shut in just because the doors and windows are closed is simply laughable. Kinzo, I was just playing around, but it seems our guest has no such intentions. Let's withdraw before we lose our chance. Yes, I would not regret losing this life of mine, but for Natsuhi Sake, I cannot die yet. Yato waved her pipe and the air was split vertically. Then, a pitch-black gate appeared there and slowly opened. It was a warp portal, the same as the pitch-black holes that Gap used. I believe this was written on my files. An elusive phantom can appear from anywhere and disappear to anywhere. As long as Kinzo has me, it will be impossible to capture him. The pitch black gate opens. That gate led from everywhere and to nowhere. Both Beato and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them. I can't believe there has been a scene that has been worse than the two towers. I cannot believe a place where no one could set foot in, much less chase after them. This is the study of the Ushiromiya family head. It is also a room that father helped to design personally. Would it really be so strange if he had some way to get outside without using the door? Yes, that's correct. There would be nothing strange about the master having a hidden door. A hidden door? Huh, and where would that be? I don't know. It's a hidden door. I don't know. There are several devices and hidden doors in this mansion that only father knows of. No one has seen them directly, but everyone in this mansion knows about them vaguely, correct? Yes. It's true that there have always been rumors about hidden passages only the master knows of. It's true that Kinzo-san would probably like devices such as that. Oh, and they are hidden doors after all. No matter how much people such as ourselves might search, it's only natural that we won't find them. I see, so it's the devil's proof. You're saying we can't deny the possibility that the hidden door exists in this room, or he just put the receipt back in the door! He noticed something fluttering when he opened the door and it was on the floor and he's like, oh shit, let me put it back in. Ha ha ha, fuck you, Ava, that's nonsense so far. Even considering that you lie about concealing father's death is about to be revealed, how dare you? That's right, just where in the study is there a hidden door? If we knew it wouldn't be hidden, try and prove that it exists. No proof is required. It's the devil's proof. Knowing nod to Battler. Battler smiling in the satin room. The existence of a hidden door is impossible to discover or disprove. Therefore, no one can eliminate the possibility that Kinzo escaped from this study through a hidden door. I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room because I'm Nox and I get to make the rules. Beato's blue wedge, which had been fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Delano's longsword, and the pitch black gate was crushed as well. It wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. The warp portal conceptualizing hidden doors would remain destroyed from that point onward. Why can someone like you, who's neither the owner of the study nor the game master, use the red truth? And what was that? What do you mean you will not allow hidden doors to exist? Okay, okay, it's in red. You will not allow a hidden door to exist in the room. Okay, we don't need your consent for hidden door, so get fucked. It's because this is the mystery genre. Nox is third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. But there is a hidden passage. That's how you get to the gold. Hidden doors mustn't exist in the mystery genre. Sorry about that. In this world, there are no other gods except our god, and no hidden doors exist. They must not exist, and we won't let them exist. They are blasphemy against our god. Enough pride in you to shock a witch. Ha, it's so painful to watch that it's actually pleasurable. Here it is, the 10 wedges to pierce witches. Just like usual, it's the kind of irrational argument I just love to hear. What a fool. The devil's... Okay, if episode 5 doesn't end with, like, fucking real Beatrice coming back to life and she double teams with Battler to just make fun of all of the episode beforehand and to point out all the inconsistencies and how shit it is, I might actually not read anymore. I am unbelievably disappointed. I'm so disappointed in what the story is doing right now. It was so well put together before. Like, this is such bullshit. It can't even stay consistent within its own episode. It's horrible. So unless it's horrible on purpose, like, I'm sorry, this can fuck off. This is so bad. What a fool. The devil's proof might have been vague enough to let you escape from everything until now, but now that you're up against Dalinor, that move won't work anymore, Beatrice. As I thought, you're no different from any witch after all. Nox's third was already explained to apply to crime scenes. How is this a crime scene? And they didn't say it here. They didn't, like, reapply it. No, it said no hidden passages can exist. What's the crime that's happened here? In this room? Where? Where? Come on, don't Sprinkler Gate. This isn't Sprinkler Gate. It's fucking... Hold on. First of all, I was right about Sprinkler Gate, so thank you for bringing it back up. This is bullshit. I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room. Okay. Why does she have the authority to make this? Oh, because of Nox's third that says it's forbidden for hidden passages to exist. But a hidden passage does exist. So is she gonna say the same thing when she finds about the epitaph hidden passage to get down there? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't what? Read the actual Nox. Isn't Nox's third rule that no a passage can't exist related to a crime? What crime has happened in the study? Fucking Kinzo just died of natural causes. There's no murder here. As I thought, you're no different from any witch after all. I'm disappointed. Beato, it seems this isn't an opponent we'll be able to escape from easily after all. Please do entertain me, Beatrice-san. You should at least serve some tea for your guests. It doesn't even matter if it's third rate. Come on, please use the blue truth. Tell me how Kinzo-san escaped from the closed room study. Very well. Make sure you don't cry. It's possible that, after slipping out the door, Kinzo knows the trick with the receipt. Yes! Yeah! I will not allow that. That possibility has already been eliminated in red. After 11, the door of the study was not opened even once. Kinzo might have been a marvelous mage and inventor. He might have invented a concoction, turned his body to mist, and slipped out through the. What do you mean? What? I'm sorry. What does this mean? Wait, but the reason why that's been eliminated is because the receipt was on the floor. When was it in red? Allow me to speak. I say again, from last night to 11 until the present time, the study door was not opened even once. Aren't they trying to counter it right now? Maybe? I don't know about this. Wait, how can you just say that then? Oh no, we're gonna have the fight. Oh no, we're gonna have the fight. This is the end. Oh, this is gonna be a legendary crash out. We're gonna have the fight. Oh my god, we're gonna have the fight. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mouse. I think we're gonna have to have it. Oh no. Oh fuck. I really did not want to have this talk with chat. This is bullshit. Oh no. Oh, I really don't want to do this. There's no fight to be had. Red doesn't have a required proof. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem, chatter. If the red doesn't require proof, Battler can just sit there just saying what he... Let's see if I can say this in red. Oh, I can't. I guess that's not true. Oh, let me say this in red. Oh, I can. I guess that is true. Oh, let me sit here and say this in red. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, guess I can cut that off. Like, that's the problem. Because that's what happened at the end of episode 4 when Beatrice made him say something in red and he didn't know it was true or not, and the laws of red made him disappear. That's not a game though, but they just used it right now. The game just used it as the mystery. It just used that mechanic to further the story, and now it's using it to counter a fucking possibility. Gertrude didn't know for sure that this was the case. And not only did Gertrude not know for sure that this was the case, fucking like Beatrice can even like plausibly say that it isn't. Just keep reading before casting judgment. How much do I have to read? Is it all the way to the end of episode 8? Is that how much I need to read? Who is Gertrude? Many people are saying this. Yeah, who the fuck is Gertrude? Isn't she Landis' piece? Gertrude is Berncastle's piece? Yeah, Gertrude is Berncastle's piece. Kinzo might have been a marvelous mage and inventor. He might have invented a concoction, turned his body to mist, and slipped out through the keyhole. That's just magic. No such substance exists. It must not exist. Again, you're just... maybe he invented a teleportation device. That possibility is impossible to eliminate because of the devil's proof. Such a machine does not exist. I will not permit it to exist. Because it ruins my fucking thing. Oh, so you can examine every chemical substance in the world? You can rule out the existence of unknown scientific devices? There's no way you can. It's a devil's proof. You cannot rule out their existence. Yeah, I can. I'm fucking Ronald. Fuck you. I will repeat. In the name of God, which I will not permit such chemicals or devices to exist. From now on, until the end of time, I will not permit them to exist. Not even in the future? Oh, so you think you can deny possibilities in the future of the human race? It's Nox's fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used. The progression of humanity, as well as techniques and knowledge that might be attainable in the future, are decided upon by our God, and the denial of their existence has been proclaimed for eternity. Therefore, I will not allow for such a technique to exist for all eternity. It is not permitted. Beato and Dalnor had supposedly just gone through a massive exchange of red and blue. However, not only did Dalnor not take any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beato might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins, and she did breathe. She felt both pain and fatigue. But Download was like a doll made of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beato's sharp wedges had aimed right for Download's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. In fact, it's doubtful that she ever blinks in the first place. Beatrice, hang in there. Well, I'd already heard the rumors, but our compatibility really is awful. To think that dreams, hopes, and even future possibilities would be forbidden, the pride of gods is overwhelming. I expect no less from a witch hunt executioner. It seems we'll never be able to enjoy a drink together. Even the strikes that had made Battler surrender over and over had absolutely no effect on Dalnor. Well, I more or less knew that was coming, but to think that I'd be repelled so easily. Quite a formidable opponent. Oh my, so even the great goldsmith has gotten old and decrepit. Hearing those words come out of your mouth is rarer than seeing two comets in the night sky. Humph, I'm not decrepit, I'm already dead. Oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry, but I'm not letting you die for just a bit longer. You have to experience something she'd only rarely felt during her entire life. It was probably what we'd call hardship. Beato quietly brushed aside Natsuhi's hand that tried to comfort her, and she regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride and her continued readiness for a fight. Again, if at the end of this, Beato and Battler make fun of the whole thing, and it's bad on purpose, and they point out like, hey, remember back in episode 2 or whatever, that they agreed that they won't use the red just to say magic doesn't exist, or magic does exist, because then there wouldn't be a fight? Okay, great. Good job, all right? If it's breaking the rules on purpose to make a point, awesome, that's great. But so far, like the premise that I built on, that I decided on fucking like 2 streams ago, episode 5 is just a waste of time. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Maybe it's gonna have like a meta point at the end of it. And I'll be like, oh, okay, that did make sense. It wasn't worth a whole fucking episode though. They could have done this in a couple scenes, so it's still like, a little disappointing. But like I don't know what the fuck the story is doing right now. This is so unbelievably disappointing. Is that all? There was no need for me to come here. I'm disappointed. Yeah, me too. I'm not done yet. I was just testing a few more moves just now. I merely wish to measure your abilities. How foolish. Know your place, Golden Witch. Lady Beatrice. Beato's expression became tense once again. No longer was there any trace of mischief. The mood changed. The time for playing is over. Here I go. In that case, I shall acknowledge that Kinzo did not enter or leave the study. Why don't I accept your closed room? Let it be known that Beatrice has changed her pattern of attack. Beatrice, who had until then thoroughly resisted the idea that a closed room existed, did an about-face. She proclaimed that she accepted their proposition. Of course, this didn't mean she surrendered. This was a new attack of Beato's. Dalnor noticed this and readied herself. What's going on? Why did Lady Beatrice acknowledge the closed room when she's trying to destroy it, Nya? She's probably trying to claim that Kinzo existed outside of this room. Confirmation that the great Lady Beatrice's warp portal has reactivated. Natsuhi claims to have talked with Kinzo in the study, but she never said that she spoke with him face to face. Therefore, if Kinzo was in a location other than the study, there is no contradiction as long as they held the conversation. Was there anything in red that allows like Kinzo to like have like was standing on the ladder talking to Natsuhi? And then Kinzo climbed down the ladder and Natsuhi locked the window and then she left and then Kinzo put the ladder back into the basement? Or was that like with the red or whatever? After bouncing an erratic angle, the witch's stake pierced the top of Dalnor's foot. You sure are slow. Yeah, on top of that, top of the foot, all mine. Natsuhi used the internal phone line in the study to speak with Kinzo, who was in another place. There's nothing strange about Kinzo, who hates the relatives, predicting that they would enter his study and leaving to go elsewhere. He might have gone to the hidden mansion, Courtyard. Asmodeus' stake, which contained the power of Beato's blue truth and pierced Dalnor's foot, changed into a blue wedge. Not bad, that makes sense, Nya. Blue truth valid. A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up with Beato at its center. The magical power of the once smashed black gate was once again refilled. If I can manage to hold Dalnor off here, I'll be able to warp Kinzo out of the study this time, all the way to Courtyard. Dalnor moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue wedge out of her foot, but it didn't even budge. Of course, Beato didn't miss this chance. No witch would. I've got more, so get ready. There's a chance that the Kinzo mentioned by Natsuhi does not refer to the person himself. The Kinzo spoken of by Natsuhi might have been another name for this room. Kinzo had already taken refuge in Courtyard and was impossible to contact. Perhaps Natsuhi called this room Father, and by contemplating inside of it, she felt as though she had received some sort of revelation from Kinzo. You stopped your movement. You've already lost. Man, does Nox's 13th argument prevent the use of semantic fucking discussions? Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of Dalnor's neck. Of course, even this didn't cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further. Interesting. Is that all? You don't call it a full-course dinner if you stop at soups and hors d'oeuvres. I'll hit you with the main dish and the dessert at once, so watch your stomach explode as you die. Like Halloween. Even if, as you say, this is a locked room and impossible to escape from, you can't deny the possibility he's still hiding in this room. I'm not talking about a hidden door. He might be under the bed or above the ceiling. He might be hiding in such a subtle blind spot that even a demon would not recognize it. Or he's in the suit of armor. Or it might be that Natsuhi, ordered by Kinzo to act... Or it might be that Natsuhi, ordered by Kinzo to act as his proxy, consider herself both his representative and another Kinzo. In other words, Tamari, it's possible that Natsuhi was also Kinzo. Yeah, I've got plenty more. At 11 o'clock last night, Kinzo escaped out the window. Natsuhi watched him go... This doesn't lead to any problems. In fact, it might be the most beautiful blue truth yet. How's that, Dalinor Anox? Yeah, there are many ways to escape from this closed room. No, your foolishness in trying to oppose my master. There's no need for you to argue back. Just lose and sleep for all eternity. Yeah, you don't understand. Like, Dalinor has apparently the ability to just be, I don't like it, therefore that didn't happen, and get fucked. You just have to go along with it. Seven sisters appeared from Beato's golden tornado one after another, piercing Dalinor with blue wedges. 4 blue wedges were buried into her neck, chest, gut, and thigh. Including the one buried to the top of her foot, she was pincushioned by 5 stakes. Ah, Beatrice-sama, when's my turn? I'll use you if I think of any more. Be quiet for now. Cackle, cackle. How'd you like Dalinor the Witch Hunter? After skewering and burning so many witches in the past, how does it feel to be skewered by a witch this time? Yeah. They were all ridiculous arguments, but they came fiercely one after another. Though a total of 5 wedges pierced Dalinor, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, her movements had indeed been limited. Ew. Witches sure are scary, nah. You can't beat twisted logic, nah. They don't violate the Nox Decalogue. Yeah, but like before, she just said that the door wasn't locked, and because she said it in red and was right, therefore it was true. So she can just do the same thing again now. She can just say, Kinzo didn't climb out through the window, and I don't need to prove it because I didn't need to provide proof that the door was never open. So fuck you. I can just do that and see if it works in red. It's valid. That's not what happened. That is literally what happened. She said that because of the receipt, and then Beatrice countered the receipt. Beatrice could provide a reason that it couldn't happen. The red truth can only be used like that if it's 100% true. Cannot be like oh my god, like no, you don't understand the problem here. You don't understand. Okay, when the red truth is used, it's to eliminate stuff, so like it can't be wasted time when the investigator side is trying to do things. The investigator side can't just say shit in red, and if it's right, it just goes through. Because otherwise, the investigator side could just sit there and just say everything in the world and see if it works in red. Well done, Beatrice. Even if there was no one in the study, and even if it was a closed room, that alone is enough to deny Father's existence. Against a normal opponent, I think the matter is settled by now, but this is Dalinor, head inquisitor of heresy. This ruthless woman killed even her father when he violated the Decalogue. Kinzo, now. Right. Now that Dalinor had been pinned down, there was the last chance to recover their magical power and escape. Once again, a pitch-black gate began to rise slowly in front of Beato and Kinzo. Though the gate had once been opened by simply drawing in the air, it wasn't so easy in the study now, filled as it was with the power of denial. But what do you think, everyone? No matter how much you question the state of this study, you can't question whether or not Father is in good health. Oh, so you say, both you and I better not forget that we are part of this battle, right? I cannot fight against witches, but I can fight against you. Erika grinned at Natsuhi with a smile more demonic than a real demon's. Natsuhi-san, let me ask again. Last night, you're sure you spoke with Ushimiya Kinzo-san, right? Yes, I have said repeatedly that I came to deliver a report for the day and to say goodnight. This may be a strange thing to ask, but since it's needed to prove your innocence, please answer me straightforwardly. This Kinzo you speak of is the Ushimiya Kinzo-san we all know of, right? It isn't a different person or a thing with the same name, is it? I'm not really sure what you mean. It's like this. You didn't, for instance, start calling this room itself Father after Father's death, right? That's what she's asking. You said you gave a daily report to Father before he went to sleep, right? That doesn't mean you gave a daily report to the wall here all by yourself inside the study called Father, right? How rude. Nothing of the sort happens. Father is Father. He's in good health, and I most certainly gave him a report and said goodnight to him last night. I'm not trying to trick you or talk my way out of anything. I see. In that case, can you repeat what I'm about to say? If you aren't tricking or deceiving us in any way, you should be able to do it. Fine, I'll repeat whatever you want. Repeat it. Ushiramiya Natsuhi did at 11 last night speak with Ushiramiya Kinzo while in the same room as him, this room. I, Ushiramiya Natsuhi, did at 11 last night speak with Ushiramiya Kinzo while in the same room as him, this room. Good. Then I'll ask one last thing. Seriously now, Natsuhi-san, you didn't do anything like throwing Kinzo-san out the window after your conversation and locking the window behind him, right? Because everything still makes sense if you did. Why would I want to chase father out the window? This is intolerable. This mockery is intolerable. Please allow me to speak. The Kinzo Natsuhi mentions refers to nothing other than Ushiramiya Kinzo. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Natsuhi claims that she was face-to-face with Kinzo in the study at 11 p.m. Natsuhi let out a cry, but it was too late. She had been totally suckered by their provocation. The blue wedge in the foot representing a telephone discussion. Okay, can't Beatrice just say that Natsuhi's lying at the request of Kinzo here? The blue wedge to the neck representing the study itself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the gut representing Natsuhi herself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the thigh representing Natsuhi letting Kinzo escape out the window and locking it afterwards. The four of them were smashed up with a thin sound. Because Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth, had denied them, those denials had gained the power of the red truth. Despite Kinzo's absence in this closed room, Beato had introduced 5 ways that Kinzo could still exist. Natsuhi had carelessly crushed the premises behind 4 of those herself. Only one wedge remained. In other words, Sumari, this was the last blue truth that could bury the contradiction of Kinzo existing in the study at 11, but not existing there later, after it became a closed room. There was only the theory that pierced Dalnor's chest. Kinzo was hiding somewhere in this room. With that theory, even if Kinzo wasn't present in this closed room study, he could still exist there. If this wedge of Satan's were to be crushed, their chances of escaping this room would become hopelessly dim. Yeah, Beatrice-sama, quickly, escape while you still can. Yeah. Dalnor slowly grasped the final wedge, which still pierced her chest. Apparently, that vice-like grip was hurting Satan as though all the bones in her body were being broken. All that remains is this one wedge. It was about Kinzo hiding somewhere in this room, correct? As the detective, I've searched all of those places. If I didn't find him, just where could he be hiding? Giggle, giggle, giggle. With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Dalnor slowly approached Beato. If this wedge was taken out, then, allow me to ask, just where in this study is Kinzo hiding? Well then, maybe he's under the bed? A check of that place has been finished. Why do you need to supply that? You don't need to do that. Maybe he's in the bathtub. A check of that place has been finished. Inside the closet. Under the desk. Behind the curtains. Check of that place has been finished. Checked, finished. Checked, finished. Behind the bookshelf, behind the closet, under the carpet, under the floor, above the ceiling, behind the wallpaper, inside the sofa, inside the chair, inside the bed, inside the blankets, inside the walls, inside a rock, inside a stone, inside the room. Check, finished, check, finished, check, finished. I don't believe you. Who the Who checked the ceiling? No locations would work against Dalnor at this point. Dalnor took Beato's final desperate onslaught head-on, turning everything back with a far stronger power of denial. Beat them up, knock them down with overwhelming force. No longer does any place exist in this study for Kinzo to escape to. Beato is blown back like a leaf dancing in the wind, knocked around over and over again like an empty can lying on a road. By now, no matter how many times Beato used the blue truth, it wouldn't be able to defeat Dalnor's red. Ha 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 ha. Witches are so pathetic. You just try to talk your way out of things endlessly, trying to confuse the truth. Let me borrow Dalnor's words. I'm disappointed, Beatrice-san. Giggle, 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 giggle. Yeah, I'm disappointed too. Erica coldly delivered these decisive words to Beato, who was crawling on the ground. Detective's authority. The detective has the right to inspect all crime scenes. I have exercised this right, therefore I can say this. Kinzo-san is not inside this room. Furthermore, this room is a perfect closed room. From the above 2 points, I can state this fact. This room was empty the whole time. Natsuhi-san lied about having met Kinzo-san here last night. That makes this checkmate, Beatrice-san. Giggle giggle, ha 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 ha. How's that? Simply by the existence of this room, this level of reasoning is possible for further Erica. What do you think, everyone? Ha 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 ha. Smash? At these words, the final wedge shattered, and at the same time, the pitch black gate was about to open. The shattered. Wait, hold on, sorry. The pitch black gate that was about to open shattered once again. There we go. Sorry. This time, the warp portal had been completely destroyed. No longer would Kinzo be permitted to exist in this room or escape from it. Yato struggled to her feet, but that was the best she could do. She no longer had the energy to fight. She had taken all of the denying red head on, applied directly to the forehead from close range. It took all her strength just to withstand a pain so strong, it felt like she'd vomit up from her insides. Even Beato, who had always aimed for the title of strongest, most evil witch, couldn't do anything against a witch hunter. No matter how sturdy a sandcastle you build on the beach, it can never win against the rising tide. Sorry, Kinzo. Looks like this opponent really was tough after all. Beatrice, I thank you. You've done so much for me despite your remaining grudge. I guess it's true that your life flashes by when you see death coming. I've remembered how you once looked when you were young. You were annoyingly like Battler. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Time traveling Battler back on the menu. I now pass on everything, my soul and the qualifications of the head, to Battler. I no longer have any regrets. Battler, my apologies. How pitiful. Though I swore to fight with you once again, I must settle my accounts like this. To Beato, it seemed as though Battler had met her gaze. There was no way he could have. This Battler was the Peace Battler. There was no way he could see Beato in this higher level world, the Velvet Room. However, his eyes really did meet hers, even though they couldn't have. Battler was here the whole time and shut the fuck up? Wow, Beato was sure they did. As Erica, Ava, and the others closed in on Natsuhi, questioning her over and over, only Battler stood apart from that tumult. Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. He's gonna say I saw him out on the forest. Oh, fuck no. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. His expression held none of the enthusiasm and excitement that the other humans had. It just piercingly and coldly surveyed the scene. And the expression on his face was a quiet displeasure, anger. He wasn't feeling compassion for Natsuhi because her lie was about to be exposed. However, he couldn't excuse Erica, a self-proclaimed intellectual redditor, who simply enjoyed cornering Natsuhi and those who sympathized with her. Then he whispered softly, "It's useless." Beato and the others definitely heard that. You don't think Battler might turn things around from this weakened position? Probably could have done it back in the day. And Battler can probably do it. Battler, if you are indeed the man who will inherit everything from me, now is the time to prove it. Don't let the legend of the Golden Witch end here. It's true I met Father here last night. It's true! And he spoke to me of the Ushimi family's glorious history as well as the burden of bearing it. Your lie has already been exposed, Natsuhi-san. We already know that you were alone in this room last night. Isn't it about time you give up and confess? Culprits who are bad at giving up tend to go with bad mystery novels. At least in the end, please prove that this is a slightly better third-rate mystery than that. It's useless. It's all useless. Okay, so Lambda Delta's controlling you now? So even though we haven't caught up to the scene when Erica pointed in, unless that scene doesn't happen, maybe it's a little different this time. So Lambda Delta's controlling you now. Okay, Battler, who had been silent off by himself and up until then, spoke. At first, it sounded as though he was attacking Natsuhi. However, when Erica realized he was glaring directly at her, her expression visibly clouded with displeasure. It's just what? And just what are you calling useless? If this is a third-rate mystery, then the detective's third-rate too. Listen up. I'm gonna become grandfather. Literally. Battler? You'll become Kinzo-san? Are you saying you'll become Kinzo-san and reenact its disappearance from this room? Do you actually intend to deny my checkmate? Fool. What is this man saying? Hey, new girls. This here's your first game, right? Sorry, but it's totally useless to call checkmate after a little somewhat. How are you So this is Velvet Room Peace Battler and Satin Room Battlers seeing the Velvet Room Battler. Sorry, but it's totally useless to call checkmate after a little something like that. Yeah, it's all useless. What are you talking about, Battler? You'll say you become dad? Yeah, I'll reenact it. I'll become grandfather and disappear from this room. You can't use the windows of the door, right? How would you do it? Did you find a hidden door? I don't have a clue either. Yes, not a clue. Rustle. That sound wasn't just the noise of onlookers fidgeting. It was a provocative chill that ran up Erika's spine. Interesting. I see. You're the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship, the one who bears the head's ring. That should more than qualify you to stand in for Kinzo-san. Why don't you let us have a look at your theory? Erika's expression was no longer a challenging smile. It was malicious. Overwhelmingly displeased. Kinzo elaborately put a bunch of strings on the inside of the window that were thin enough, strong enough to operate the lock, but also thin enough to be pulled through the gap of the window after the lock was done. Then he attached them to the window and just jumped the fuck out. And then at the bottom, he just manipulated the strings to like move the lock back in, and then gave it a sharp Indiana Jones tug to get the latch on after it was locked, and then pulled the string, the floss, through the window, and then he fucking like went in the forest, and then I saw him. She couldn't conceal her anger at having this very pleasurable time of hers ruined. How will he get us out of here? I've got it. I see, so that move is still open. So you finally figured it out, you damn geezer. Hidden doors and hiding under the bed, all that stuff is so pitiful, it brings tears to the eyes. This is the Ushirimiya Kinzo we're talking about here. There's gotta be a more thrilling and exciting answer. Exactly. How pitiful that even I couldn't think of it, even though it was about me. And how pitiful that that only one of my relatives to understand me is Battler, the kid who's returned after being gone 6 years. Battler, take my place. Do not shame me. Sure, Gramps. I'll teach these guests what the dignity of the Ushirimiya family head is all about. What are you planning to do, Father? Wahahahaha. You know, he jumped through the window, didn't even open it, and it just broke. And then Genji in his night heard it, got up out of his bed, and came and just fixed the window on the ladder in a way that it was installed locked. And then after that, he just climbed downstairs, swept up the glass, and went back to bed. And really tired and exhausted from fixing a window in the middle of the night, like fucking just like was susceptible to being killed. Wahahaha. Natsuhi, Beatrice, watch. We'll show you what being the Ushirimiya family head truly entails. That Battler, what's he trying to prove? There's no way he can do anything. This is a perfect closed room. Aunt Natsuhi, come over here. Now, move as I tell you to. Battler called Natsuhi over to the window and whispered something to her with his back toward the others. Miss Dalnor, you're ready for everything, right? It's not possible for Kinzo and the witch to slip out of this room, right? Of course. Gertrude, Cornelia, and the palace guards, double check that the seal of this closed room is perfect. Please allow me to speak. Our barrier is perfect. Allow me to speak. There are no hidden doors, and escape will not be granted through either door or window. Palace guards, when Battler engages the barrier, fire arrows without hesitation. Jester Corpse, Roger. Battle-sama, prepare yourself. Escaping from this room is impossible, but he'll do it, nah. How? He's certain he can succeed, even without any basis. That's what it means to be the Ushirimiya head, yeah. True. Let's watch. Yeah, let's see the majesty of Richie's opponent. Then I'll begin. Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move. Grandfather was lying in bed like this, grunting his understanding of Natsuhi's daily report, or whatever. Battler laid down on the bed himself. As if it still mattered now, Erika grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to— Oh my god, does he hide under Natsuhi's dress? When she— No! Oh, for the love of God, no! No! And Crab walks under Natsuhi's dress when she leaves the room, and she— no fucking way! No one listened to her. Then I stopped answering in sleep. Well, realistically speaking, I probably get tired of all this talking, only pretend to be asleep. You really do get it. I see, Father has gone to sleep. Bow silently and leave. Natsuhi lowered her head to Battler, who was still lying down on the bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around as though doing an inspection of the room. After seeing that grandfather was asleep, and Natsuhi probably did an inspection of the room before leaving. Of course, she had Shannon and others clean every day, but she still checked it thoroughly herself, making sure there was no dust piling up, making sure he hadn't run out of any consumables. Yes, he doesn't use them though because he's a Chad. This is the room of the precious family head, so I check everything carefully myself instead of relying entirely on the servants. I always do that. That's true. Madam usually checks things very carefully. Her inspections are very detailed, and she even checks all of the consumables in the washroom one by one. In other words, Sumari, we aren't just talking about dust. We aren't just talking dust on the windowsill like you see all the time on TV. She checks to see that there's enough soap and toilet paper in the washroom. Though she probably doesn't have to do it each day. She's very devoted. That is my routine. I mustn't slack off in my inspection of the head's room for even a single day. So what's your point? Please keep any showing off to a minimum, says the biggest show off in existence. Giggle. Isn't it getting to show off the biggest perk of being a detective? But I'm the detective. Since we're inside the study, you can probably tell, but even though we call it a study, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion. It has a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, and even a toilet and a bath. Hold on, are you saying there's different rooms in here, so you have to lock every room? No, he's not going there. In other words, it isn't a single room. You could call it a full house. Thank you for explanation of the room's layout. However, the move of having him hide somewhere in this room has already been defeated. He isn't hiding. However, there's got to be several blind spots. For example, if Natsuhi went to the bathroom and checked the amount of toilet paper, most of the study would be outside her range of vision. In other words, Sumari, for almost every location in the study, the sole observer would have disappeared. Observer disappearance. We've lost track of Kinzo. Let it be said that the witch's darkness is filling the study. Excellent. Watch as it fills with the power of darkness. You don't understand. You may have searched every location, but you haven't searched every location all at once, and then fucking Katsuki and Shoya just appear from the ceiling and go, sub me in, chief. We're the pros at this. Here's Sai. Here we go. All right, you stand there. You search that room. We search that room. We're gonna search room one by one. We've done this 25 fucking times in fucking Sekimeya. Here we fucking go. Is this what we're doing, Battler? So if the observer, if Natsuhi goes away, so what? What next? When grandfather noticed that fussy Aunt Natsuhi leaving, he got up. Why? Because I fucking wanted to. On a twisted night such as this, what better way to enjoy a drink than bathe in twisted weather under the night sky? Since that Natsuhi's in the blind spot in the bathroom, it becomes possible for grandfather to walk about the study at will. It was possible for him to move without Natsuhi's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsuhi knew. Warning, Battler's approaching the study door. Allow me to speak. A noise rings out when the lock on the study's door is released. Knowing that you cannot leave through the door without drawing Natsuhi's suspicion, because Battler had acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately sounded a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsuhi's blind spot. However, that's right, there's the sound. We know there's a loud sound when the auto lock is released. Even if Natsuhi was in a blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't miss hearing that. Okay, I don't remember the sound of the auto lock. I remember there being a sound, but I didn't realize there was an alarm. But that's fine, I'll buy it, that's fine, okay. Of course she'd find it odd. Allow me to speak. Let it be said that Natsuhi did not hear the sound of the door opening while in the room. And I'm saying this because I just can in red, even though it's not being confirmed. Like, fuck it. The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, that auto lock always lets off such a massive sound. Maybe it just didn't play this way this time. Fuck you. She'd been able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsuhi had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous night, making it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Any argument that relied on Natsuhi failing to hear the lock wouldn't work. Please, allow me to speak once more. Kinzo entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted, because I don't like it, and I'm allowed to do that now. Let it be said that this is a useless struggle. It is foolish. It's true I can't break through the red of that girl by the door. But, what about you over there by the window? Huh? Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of them. Okay, so when I said you can just say Natsuhi did something and Kinzo told her to lie about it, it's not that... The counter is not that he told her to lie about it, it's that she didn't realize she was lying or not telling the truth, because he did it without her knowledge. Okay. Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window. Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight, because you're going to be blasted away, okay? By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia. It was the window. He was going to smash this closed room from the window. Not expecting to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure. On rare occasions, struggling, fleeing witches would directly challenge the barriers Cornelia set up. Such witches were always fighting desperately on the brink of death. Please, allow me to speak. You are Battler's target, Cornelia. I ask that you be on your guard. Fool! God, have pity on this foolish lamb. I'm no sheep. The head of the Ushirima family is an eagle with one wing. Don't think you can keep me shut up in the study forever with just a flimsy window like that. Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple, Battler ran forward like a white leopard. This guy couldn't possibly mean to... This is, Allow me to speak. There's no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted. Cornelia thrust up both her arms and made a sign. When she did, a red barrier closed in front of Battler. Know that your course is a fruitless one, Ushimi and Battler. Know that these windows are sealed from the inside, and Natsuhi did not help Kinzo to escape. She didn't need to. I'm not saying Natsuhi helped Grandfather escape. What if Grandfather snuck out, keeping a secret from Natsuhi? Why would Kinzo go out the window on his own? I don't have to explain. What a better way to enjoy a drink on a twisted night than leaping through the rain-swept skies? But this is the 3rd floor, right? It's impossible. Even if you've jumped down a flight of stairs at least once in your life, right? The 3 stories is nothing for Kinzo. I wouldn't put it past him. How is Nanjo talking? I certainly wouldn't. That's ridiculous. Blue cracks appear in Cornelia's red barrier and a shatter with a crisp sound. It was all far too quick. It looked almost as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler. An endless 9? Magic resistance? Endless 9! Cornelia-sama, you can't block it. Retreat! At the same time, the barrier shattered. The window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtain slid for just an instant. And then the wind blew them back closed, and then Natsuhi went around did her final checks and was like, better lock this window, and then she left, none the wiser. Though it was all filled with rain, the heavens and the courtyard were spread out in front of them, a fitting exit for an eagle leaping from this closed room. But you said there was no wind in the inner courtyard. Yeah, but that doesn't mean there's impossible for there to be any wind. The storm was heavier last night. Oh my god, that's true! Genji was wandering around and decided to close the window. From the outside, Cornelia, repair the barrier. As you wish, Commander Delnor. Know that you will not be allowed to break this. Cornelia quickly returned to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was her last one. Please, allow me to speak. Let us accept for the time being that Kinzo escaped through the window. In that case, how did he lock a window which cannot be locked from the outside? The window was locked from the inside. Useless. Yeah, it's all useless. Kinzo and Battler grinned. Did she think this feeble red could block the charge of Battler and Kinzo, the 2 family heads? After Grandfather jumped out the window, and Natsuhi probably noticed a slight drop. Okay, you know what? Umineko still has hype moments. Like, id Software should really take some notes to give Doom Guy this kind of vibe and aura. They really dropped the ball with the story stuff in fucking Doom the Dark Ages. Like, oh man. After Grandfather jumped out the window, and Natsuhi probably noticed a slight draft. She approached the window, realized that it was wide open, and quickly closed and locked it. Natsuhi probably couldn't even imagine that it slipped out the window. Yeah, so it's only natural that Natsuhi thought Grandfather was sleeping in bed. Now the Battler found the answer. The red barrier was more fragile, but not that fragile, than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Unbelievable, right? That barrier was far more firm than any Renove had ever used against Jessica, and yet it had been destroyed so easily. Oh, good callback. Though Battler was rushing fiercely and had almost reached Cornelia, she didn't step aside. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name Ursine Jungfrau, didn't allow her to step aside. So she fucking died. She took a charm from her pocket, placed it against the thin air, and made a sign. Then, not red, but blue burned there. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was her last method of resistance. You won't get through. You won't. Let me speak. Let me speak. Be that as it may, this is the 3rd floor. How could a wingless human escape from the window? Know that you won't get through. You won't. Just quit your whining and watch. This is the answer. Ah! Battler jumped. He burst through Cornelia and her blue barrier, knocked them away, and his body flew out the window through the darkness of the rainy sky. The fragments of the blue barrier scattered, beautifully adorning the surrounding air. The closed room had been smashed open. Battler flew out of the mansion, through the sky above the rainy courtyard. All the raindrops became small, round gems and were scattered through the air. Battler flew across the treasure box world of that exquisite stormy sky, through the countless gems of rain that filled it. George and Jessica are fucking dead, by the way. In the sky over the world frozen in time, Dalnor and Battler faced each other. If Battler, who had smashed and flown out the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, then Dalnor was another knight who floated in the air, waiting for him. In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by the Ushimiya mansion and frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushimiya family and the disciple of heaven who would test him across paths. Well done. When you fall into the courtyard, whether you live or die, it won't change the fact that Kinzo could have defeated this closed room. You have thrown away your life and jumped, are a martyr. Well done. You have smashed our closed room barrier. Splendid, Ushirmiya battler. However, I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Dalnor A. Nox. I cannot allow you to escape from under my nose. Now, at the end, allow me to honor the crossing of swords with you. Sure, bring it on. This game is surprisingly unrelenting. In this world where the gems of rain fell slowly like large snowflakes on a snowy field, Dalnor and Battler slowly cross paths. Man, Battler being the detective has really been holding him back in previous episodes, huh? It seems slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. Night confronted night head-on, and everything would be settled with a single strike. Blue and red cross paths. Was the existence of Natsuhi's blind spot within the study depicted beforehand? If it was not, this theory is impermissible. What? What do you mean? Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Well, I'm sure that this Umineko does not pass Nox's 8th rule, but okay. Downer's double strike with both the blue and red blades reached out to slice Battler, and failed. Those longswords, which had never lost over the course of 100 battles, cut through empty air. When we entered the study, its structure was mentioned clearly. Too bad for you. For the first time, an expression showed on Downer's face. It was a sudden smile. She had known about that long before. However, she still couldn't let him escape without attempting that single strike. Not even with her reputation as an Inquisitor of Heresy on the line. Still, she still crossed swords with Battler, even though she knew it would fail. Yes, I knew. With your answer, Nox's 8th is not violated. Here it comes, no hard feelings. Yes, come. In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and a washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That has already been shown, and it suggests that there could have been a blind spot somewhere within the room. Without any mercy, no, without any reluctance, which would have been dishonorable, the sword of red truth cut into Dalnor. It cut a beautiful hemisphere through the countless gems of rain that filled the sky. Well done. Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Dalnor crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from the 3rd floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. Battler! Yato leaned out the study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler had landed safely. Yato! Come on, jump! Huh? That window is our way out, so jump! You aren't the kind of witch who can be locked up inside a closed room, right? The study was no longer a closed room. She could jump from here, escape from here. By now, the closed room that had threatened to capture the witch and suffocated her had been destroyed. Yes! You too, Kinzo. Go! For the moment Battler showed his answer, my spirit had already escaped from this room. Alright, so there really are 3 Battlers now. Okay, Kinzo's form became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. The closed room barrier had dissolved, and the power of the knight's magic had scattered. Yato ran towards the door. That was the only exit from the closed room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Chester sisters and the subordinates of the Inquisitor of Heresy, she readied her wound-covered body and ran toward the window, just like Battler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll. There's no way we'll let you escape, Beatrice. Illusion of the witch! Erica flew up Yato, trying to latch onto Yato as she dashed, but it was like trying to catch smoke, and she landed face first on the floor. There's no way a human could catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Yato was impossible. Chester Corpse, shoot the witch! Shoot her dead! Alignment conflict, unable to fire. Allow me to speak. I have no barrier prepared that can block Battler's blue truth. Both Chester 00 and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices. No one can stop them. Not Battler, not Kinzo, not Beatrice. If these guys manage to escape. My closed room. My theory. I'm the detective. Frodo Erica. No Reddit gold for this comment. Erica crouched, screaming and clutching at her head. The Great Golden Witch isn't going to be defeated by someone like that in Geezer's grubby study. It's still just the first Twilight. I'll teach these newcomers that your game isn't that easy. Just like Battler, Beato also flew. She drifted down through the rain treasure box world into Battler's chest. Battler caught her with both arms as though catching a feather from an angel. It was like a knight catching a princess who had been locked up in a tower. Too bad Lambda Delta's controlling both of these, so it means fucking nothing. This would have been a really hype moment if it was real Battler and real Beatrice, but oh fucking well. Like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Holy shit. Crap, I think I'm in love. Are all the Ushiromiya family heads like this? If you were to write down the unprecedented feats of the Ushiromiya Kinzo, you would probably have an uproarious tale longer than all of the grimoires in the study put together. It seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it already is being written. It's already a very, very long tale. Cuckoo. The demons giggled on top of the roof, holding umbrellas. Then they quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard. You're not bad at all. I guess all your games toughen me up. Games of toughen me up. In shock, Beato actually praised Battler as he held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way. This is impossible. Impossible. Erica looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beato in his arms, Battler grinned back. Erica. What? I'm not giving the riddle of the Golden Witch to you. I'll solve it. That riddle belongs to the two of us. Right, Beato? Indeed. My riddle is... Yo? When Battler laughed evilly, Beato's face turned uncharacteristically red. But even so, she spoke while laughing loudly. My riddle is... yours. Yours alone, Ushiromiya Battler. I won't let anyone else solve it. Listen to her, saying something like that. Battler snorted, amused that Beato had said something so out of character. Well, yeah, because... she is out of character. And yet, still holding Beato in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gems of rain celebrated their victory over this trial. He jumped down from the third story, and he's alright? He jumped down and escaped from the closed room? This is ridiculous. This isn't reasoning. It's insane. If Battler had at least been seriously injured and writhing in the mud, Erica might still have some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinzo couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscathed. Why does he have to get away unscathed? His body was, like, moved later. However, Battler stood calmly in the courtyard, looking at Erica with the dignity of the victor. Everyone, I'll ask one more time. This is impossible, right? There's no way a human could jump down from a third story and land unharmed. Isn't that right, everyone? Much less Kinzo-san jumping down from the third floor at his age. This isn't reasoning. Erica tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around, but their responses were no different from how they'd been a short while ago. No, it would be possible for Kinzo-san. Even though I've been saying he's going to be dying every month for, like, 24 months straight. He probably could have done it. I wouldn't put it past father. This is father we're talking about. There's plenty of crazy stories about that man. Something like this wouldn't surprise me a bit. What? Is there something wrong with your heads? With your brains, people? At any rate, it looks like your closed room argument wasn't perfect. Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there was nothing strange about Kinzo jumping down from a third floor window. Just who in the world is this Ushiromiya Kinzo person? Well, I'll give you 60 points. Kinzo would have done it with a bit more flash in his younger days. He needs some more tweaking. Oh, and how much should it be tweaked? Well, he might have jumped down with me in his arms. Got it. Next time, I'll do that. If you can, just you try. Beato's voice grew very faint, and she gulped. Then, her body suddenly crumbled away into a cloud of gold butterflies. That was because many people had rushed up to the window, and she was being bathed with gazes filled with the anti-magic toxin. Beato's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So to their eyes, it appeared that Battler was standing all alone out in the courtyard. Battler, are you okay? It looks like he's fine. Thank goodness. I have lost. In that case, for the benefit of those people in the study as well, deliver your final blow to me. Use your final blue truth to show how Kinzo escaped from the closed room of that study. There was no pain in Dalner's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. I don't know about that. She looked like she was experiencing pleasure earlier. However, she was only barely able to rise to her feet, using her longsword as a crutch, so it was easy to guess how heavily she'd been damaged. And despite her lack of an expression, you could tell that this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Dalnor turned to face each other. Here I go. Yes, come. As though readying herself, Dalnor quietly closed her eyes, but she still stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. This is my blue truth. The blue power gathered. Battler slowly approached Dalnor. Then he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth. Ushirima Kinzo escaped from the study through the window when Aunt Natsuhi couldn't see him. Aunt Natsuhi didn't notice and locked the window. This way, Aunt Natsuhi can see grandfather go to bed at 11 o'clock, and grandfather can escape from the study without contradicting the lock on the window and the door sealed by the receipt. I proved through my demonstration that this escape was physically possible. Therefore, this battle is over, even though you could just say that didn't happen in red, and if it's right, it would show up in red and would just confirm my theory, because you did that earlier with the door, but for some reason you won't do it again. The blue wedge flashed through the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning, roaring down towards Dalnor's forehead as she stared up at the sky. He's not allowed to use the red without permission. I'm not talking about Battler chatter. I'm talking about Dalnor. Pay attention, please. Oh, how does it feel? Oh, how does it feel? Oh, Beato's game isn't forgiving. It's doubtful whether the classic patterns of the mystery genre even work here. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but you ought to be a bit more flexible when you're thinking. A massive blue wedge that looked like a pillar was above Dalnor's forehead. And he also used the red in this scene without permission. He made a red state and had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped his fingers, the blue wedge shattered and became a shower of translucent gems. No, drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Dalnor sat down in a dazed sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain. The successor of the Ushirimiya family headship faced the people staring down from the study and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Beato's and my game. You're mixing up detective side and which side? Red Truce, they follow different rules? Both sides in this scene have used the red in the exact same way. I think you're getting mixed up with what the problem is. Welcome to Beato and Beato's in my game. Welcome, Fruit Erica. Aha, ahaha, kahaha. How amusing, Ushirimiya Battler. Good, truly good. Ahahaha. I'll chew it to bits. This riddle of the witch, all the way deep into its guts while it's still alive. I really hope that chat is role-playing as an antagonistic force right now, so it's all the sweeter at the end of the episode when Battler and Beato just fuck this whole entire game and say it was shit, and then they're like, hey, yeah, we were just making it better in a meta experience, because I would really enjoy that. It kind of happened already in episode 2, didn't it? What's the Beatrix one? Was that 2 or 3? It was 3. Yeah, chat was really playing along in 3. Battler and Beato both looked calmly up at Erica, who couldn't contain her evil laugh. This is good stuff. Erica, that was so lame. Okay, so again, my read on that scene, and I could be wrong, but my read on that scene is that Lambda Delta was controlling both Battler and Beatrice's pieces there. And there's now like 3 versions of Battler and Beatrice. I don't know if there's 3 versions. So Beatrice is kind of hard to, Beatrice is the wrong name. I don't know if there's 3 versions of Lambda Delta and Bernkastel though. I think there's only 1. Seems that chat is split on that. Some people think that was actually real Battler. I don't think real Battler is ever in control of Peace Battler in this game. I don't think at any point real Battler is in control of Peace Battler. Lady Bernkastel, my apologies. That look on your face, it's so incredibly laughable that I like to smash it and put a frame on it. Why are you making fun of your own OC? What's wrong with you? Bathed in the sneers of Bernkastel, a being who was like a mother to her, Erica was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces. Someday, I'll definitely, wow. Ushirimiya Battler, Beatrice, Ushiromiya, Natsuhi. Yeah, yeah. This riddle is ours. I won't let anyone get in the way, Beatrice. Yes. Smash. Lambda Delta turns to Doll Beato and says, see, this is why you should come back and do your own game. See? Look, see? Wouldn't it be great if that actually happened? Break? Yeah, we're doing break. Okay, at the very least, we agree that Lambda Delta was controlling Beatrice there, right? Because Satin Room Beato is destitute, right? Like, or whatever, like, not destitute, despondent. So whether or not Battler is in control there is debatable, I think. I'm not certain. It might be that Battler came back in just for fun and came back in and interrupted that piece and, you know, like assuming control and took over. I don't think so, but it's possible. Yeah. Okay. All right. So despite this episode being complete trash so far, and I think is just like pretty much non-canon. Oh, they're here now. Oh, she's fucking dead. The end of that scene was pretty fucking hype. Just in terms of pure entertainment, that was a really good ending to that scene. That was a banger, like plot, whatever. I don't know what you description. It was really cool to see Battler do that. That was really cool. All right, let's read these real quick. Chester 556. Oh, what? I don't remember Chester 556. A weapon of Sister's Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. Although 556 was a quiet girl who was always being teased, she was loved by everybody. However, luck was on her side, and she suffered a brutal death in a battle with the Black Witch. She was a state-of-the-art weapon and added color to the Sister's Cavalry, which had the strong flavor of an honor guard. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She shot not to kill, but to protect her ally. Okay, I'm sorry. Was she in this scene? I don't remember there being another Chiesa sister in that scene that we just did. Is this... Who the fuck is this person? I remember like maybe something like this being mentioned at some point. Oh man, the same like one-winged thing on the thigh that that Shannon has. And casual clothes Beatrice had as well. If you did resurrect on the bunnies in the tip screen, she's an Easter egg. Oh, okay, all right. Gertrude, a member of Isrene Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Senior Assistant Inquisitor, Ranked Minister First Class. As I'm reading this out, Mouse, I'm going to take a break no matter what, or I'm going to be done. If I read for another hour, is there a good stopping point after that? I'd like to read a little bit more, if that's not going to ruin plans. I don't know, like, did you want to do this next scene on Saturday together, though? If that's the case, then that's fine, too. Next chapter is an hour. It won't ruin any plans. Okay, let's do a break and we'll go another hour then, and we'll see. A member of Ursine Jungfrau, Enforcement Episode, an assistant inquisitor. She's tasked with aiding during interrogations and hearings. In practice, execution ends up being the primary focus of the most missions, and so she is usually assigned the job of using barriers to block the target's means of escape. On duty, she is calm, flawless, expressionless, and emotionless. However, in truth, she is quite compassionate and is loved by many of her juniors. She has already passed the exam to become a full inquisitor and was offered a position in a different district, but she refused. She continues to serve alongside Dalnor, to whom she owes a great debt, waiting for the reassignment under her. Therefore, more than anything else, though she is an assistant, she is treated as an Inquisitor Archbishop 3rd class. Cornelia, a member of the Ursine Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Assistant Inquisitor, Ranked Minister, 3rd class. She has obtained high grades in academic exercises, but this is her first time on the job. She possesses a strong sense of justice and is currently cramming for exams to become an Inquisitor like Dalnor. Her current goal is to become more like the veteran assistant Gertrude. She actually has a zealous personality, but she pretends to be emotionless in an imitation of Gertrude. She is too innocent and pure for one connected to heresy hearings, and she knows nothing of the dirty jobs and dark side of the profession. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission. Sorry, my phone was ringing on silent. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission, which stinks of Senate conspiracy. She did this to give Cornelia a chance to ask herself whether this sort of job really is the right one for her. Okay, that's it. That's all done. Okay, actually, I don't know if I'm going to continue reading. I'm going to see how I feel after the break. I am going to go take 5 minutes and just walk around, get a drink, use the bathroom, and then when I come back, I'll decide, okay? Oh, sorry. Before I go, thank you to... Oh, shit. I got really into reading that, even though I wasn't really enjoying it all that much until the end. A bunch of fucking people I didn't say thank you to. Thank you, Henny White, for the bits. A stepping stone for Joe's future mansion with Courtyard. Thank you for days for the bits. Mr. Anderson, another blonde just hit Kinzo under the bed. And Herberto Westu for the resub too. Hi Joe, can't stick around for the stream, but it's episode 5 was my favorite, so I'm excited to see your reaction in the VOD. Oh, hopefully you don't get into some big argument with chat. We didn't get into a big argument with chat, but chat does strongly disagree with me. Although it seems like chat is more split this time than the usual times that we have like a big upset about a VN. So I don't know what's going on there. I wonder if it's people who have finished it versus people who are reading along. I don't know. Do we disagree? Some people are definitely disagreeing, but it doesn't seem like unified. Like, and when I say unified, there's always some people that are gonna agree or disagree. But like sometimes in the past, like when it came with Sprinklergate and the plot hole discussion in Persona 5, I would say that chat was like majority against what I was saying. I think. Annoying bit message from someone who got banned incoming. Who's this? It's cursed with the bits. Consider the following. They don't believe Natsuhi, so they already won't fall for something as improbable as Kinzo finding the receipts or Ava lying. That's why the red truth was enough for the receipt alone. That's not how the rules work, but it's an interesting line of thought to think about, I guess. But that's not how the rules work, unfortunately. It doesn't matter how improbable it is. Doesn't matter how unlikely it is. If it's still possible and you can't disprove it, it still has to just go. Thank you, Huli Godot, for the bits. I don't care what the others say. As the #1 episode 5 hater, I welcome you to our ranks. Love how Joe thinks he gets the rules. If you disagree with what I just said, chatter, I don't think you understand the rules, and you should go back and forth and read them again. That's like one of the things I'm the most certain of about the rules in the story. So if I do not understand what I just said, if what I just said is wrong, then I don't understand Umineko at all. But yeah, like Battler explicitly said that too, like when I went on that rant when Avatris went off and he was like, fuck you, I don't need to explain, fuck you, that's not my burden. That's exactly how it works so far. So unless episode 5 has changed the rules and it hasn't informed us yet, that is exactly how it works. It is possible that the rules are different and we're gonna find that out later. If that's the case, then you're correct, but that is how it works. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. I'm having a lot of fun as an Umi fuller watching you have crash outs every 5 minutes. My first read of Umi had me reacting the same way as someone who was getting increasingly fatigued with the anime girl designs. So just read at your own pace, lol. Thank you, Pincerata. You should read all of Nox's rules. You mean Nox's rules that state that all the things have to be laid out ahead of time? That is now being introduced 600,000 words into the story? You mean those rules? Yeah, I guess I could look up those rules and see how they apply to the story with everything. Sure, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, okay. Anyway, be right back. It's break time anyway. All right, chat. I know this might be upsetting to some of you, but I don't think we can continue. My eyes kind of jellified as soon as I started walking around during break. Sorry about that. It's also a really good place to stop after the big hype thing. I'm curious to see what happens next, but like I'm like wow. And it would also probably take us like well past 7 o'clock, and we don't want to go past 7 o'clock either, right? I think so. Anyway, who's live that we can raid? Oh, also thank you, YSF, for 1,000 bits. Sorry that chat has been kind of shitty today. It's your read. It's entirely fair. I don't think chat has been... I don't know. I haven't been trying to read chat as much as I usually do when we get into arguments. Normally lately, I can kind of like get a vibe off of chat, and I realize that we're veering into toxicity, and I could be like, all right, chat's getting toxic, I'm disengaging before it gets too bad. And I feel like this has been really successful. I kind of did that a bunch of times today without really like saying that. I just kind of just stopped reading chat and just continued. Chat can be a little frustrating, but I don't think anyone's been like flat out inflammatory, insulting today. They haven't been too bad, I think. Chat's been way worse. Way worse. So it's all right. Right now, if I don't continue after episode 5, it's not going to be because of chat. It's not going to be because like Umi fans' reaction. It's going to be like, I don't know. Like maybe afterwards, if I watch part of this back, maybe I'll see it differently. I don't know. But right now, it would be because the story is really disappointing me at the moment. It's not going to be because of fans and chat and everything. Greg's like, oh, definitely raid Greg then. Greg Chun VA, right? Thank you again, YSF, for the bits, and thank you, Puka Boy, for gifting up 5 subs right at the end of the stream. Thank you very much, Puka Boy. Thank you. I still really enjoyed the stream today. Crash outs and all. It was an entertaining kind of crash out for me. Like, I don't know how to, like, I was really enjoying it. I don't know. Man, I really like the music in this game. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, also thank you, Peepow Peepo, what the fuck, 126, or Peepow TF 126 for the bits. Steins;Gate would never do this, I'm just saying. But hey, welcome to the club, Umineko. I think the only solution is to play Steins;Gate. Play Steins;Gate? But it's not a game. It's not a game. Anyway, Ray's going out. I'll see you tomorrow for Baldur's Gate 3. I'm excited. I'm also excited for Saturday. More Umineko. Anyway, see you later. Say hi to Greg for me. And anyone stick around if you're watching on the VOD, if this ever goes up. See you later. Have a good rest of your night. Wait, is Dalnor the reason why the other day you asked me my opinion about like pants that have holes in the mouse? What the? You